Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are. Welcome to my stream. Um, it's the 1st of January. It's the new year, and I have no life. I'm at home, um, chilling, yes. Just, you know. Well, I was supposed to read yesterday, but I happened to have a lot of work that came in, so I couldn't find the time to read at all. And I feel bad because I really wanted to finish up the book before the year ends, but I guess it doesn't really matter. It matters. Um, I think without further ado, I should just start reading because uh, see. Yeah, I am gonna be. Yeah, I'm gonna start reading regardless. Um, yeah, I am. I'm taking a rain check from my static rate tonight because I just really wanted to do this. It's not that I don't want to raid. It's more like I for myself I need to finish up this book because I started it in March and I haven't finished it in January of another year, so I have to finish this up. And it's not like I'm not enjoying the book. I do. It's just that I've been having a lot of not good times, but that's fine. Enough blabbing. I will start reading now. We are currently reading. We're currently reading Natsume Soseki's The Gate, chapter 14. We're gonna end this book tonight. I don't care. I will end this. I will finish reading tonight. The last stream it ended very very abruptly because I was suddenly I didn't know that there was never mind that it doesn't matter. The story is not worth repeating, but I ended very abruptly after I finished chapter 13. If you watch my previous stream, VOD, but yeah. Without further ado, let's finish up The Gate by Natsume Soseki tonight. And we're gonna continue with chapter 14, The Gate by Natsume Soseki. Sosuke and Oyone were without question a loving couple. In the 6 long years they had been together, they had not spent so much as half a day feeling strained by others' presence, and they had never once engaged in truly acrimonious quarrel. They went to the draper to buy cloth for their kimonos and to the rice dealer for their rice, but they had very few expectations of the wider world beyond that. Indeed, apart from provisioning their household with everyday necessities, they did little else that acknowledged the existence of society at large. The only absolute need to be fulfilled for each of them was for each of them. Sorry. No, the only absolute need to be fulfilled for each of them was the need for each other. This was not only a necessary but also a sufficient condition for life. They dwell in the city as though living deep in the mountains. In due course, their lives began to turn monotonous. In their effort to avoid the stress that comes with living in a complex society, they eventually cut themselves off from the access to the diverse experiences that that such a society a fort, and in so doing came to forfeit, in effect, the, the prerogative regularly enjoyed by civilized people. Intermittently, they themselves recognized that their daily lives lacked variety. While neither felt the slight hint of dissatisfaction or inadequacy with regard to the other, within the confines of the inner lives that they had created for themselves lurked a muffled protest against something stultifying, something lodged there would not admit new stimuli. That they nonetheless lived out each and every day with the same stoical spirit was not because they was not because they had from the outset lost all interest in the wider world. Rather, it was because the wider world, after having isolated the two of them from all else, persisted in turning a cold shoulder. Blocked from extending themselves outward, they began developing more deeply within themselves what their life together had lost in breadth and gained in depth. For these 6 years, instead of engaging in casual interactions with the outside world, they had explored the recesses of each other's hearts. To the world, they continued to appear to be two people, but in their minds, they had become part of a single organism that would be criminal to split apart. Their identities were so merged that the slenderest nerve endings in one of them were entangled with those of the other. They were like two droplets of oil on the surface of a large basinful of water. They had joined not through having repelled the surrounding water, but rather through having been propelled by water into converging courses that brought them together in a single sphere. United in this sense, they experience a harmony and a mutual fulfillment rarely attained in marriage, and, and concomitantly a sense of tedium as well. Yet, even when under the sway of such languor, they were cognizant of their good fortune. At times, this tedium affected their consciousness like a scream of oblivion, obscuring their love for a spell in a distracted haze. Still and all, no lacerating doubts arose to unsettle their equanimity, for they continued to be just as intimately joined to each other as they were estranged from the society around them. Even as they sustained this remarkably close bond, from one day to the next, year after year, they acted in each other's company as though unaware of anything out of the ordinary about their relationship. From time to time, however, they both made a point of reaffirming the love that they felt for each other. This process invariably involved going back to a time prior to their life together, to in the inescapable memory of how much, in order to unite themselves in marriage, they had been forced to sacrifice. Such recollections caused them to bow and tremble before the terrible retribution that nature had proceeded to inflict on them. At the same time, they never failed to pay homage to the power of love. They walked along through life together on the path towards death, lashed by fate each step of the way. Yet, the lashed tip, they realized, had been dipped in a honey-like balm that healed all wounds. In his student days, as the scion of a family of a as the scion of a Tokyo family of considerable means, Sosuke Sosuke had freely and fully indulged in the flamboyant taste common to his class. In his dress, his mannerism, and his opinions, he exuded the aura of a bright young man of the modern age. And with head held high sauntered about wherever he pleased. Like his starched white collar, his well-turned cuff, and the patent cashmere stocking that showed just below his cuff trousers, his mind was exquisitely socialized. By nature quick-witted, Sosuke was little inclined to study. viewing academic pursuits merely as a mean of social advancement. He scarcely ever entertained the notion of a scholarly career, which requires something of a retreat from society. In the manner of ordinary students, he simply attended classes and blackened with ink large numbers of notebooks. But once the notebooks had been deposited somewhere at home, he rarely looked at them over or made any further notations. Even the gaps created by absences from class for the most part went unfulfilled. Leaving the notebooks piled up neatly on his desk, he would vacate his impeccable tidy study and go out for a stroll. Not for a few of his friends envied him this air of a man of leisure. Sosuke himself took pride in it. His future was reflected in his own eyes, shimmered like rainbow. Back then, unlike the present, he had many friends. The plain truth of it was that in his cheerfully callow view of all people, oh, that is unfortunate. Sorry, please wait a moment. Thanks, Square Enix, for the amazing. God, fucking. Please wait for a moment. I'm sorry about this. Awkward silence. Awkward silence. Come down here to my basement. Looks pretty, but no one's here, but it's okay. Okay. Now let's continue. Don't waste time. Back then, unlike the present, he had many friends. The plain truth of it was that, in his cheerfully callow view, all people appeared more or less interchangeably as friends. He lightly traversed his youth with optimism intact, and without ever managing to learn the true meaning of the word enemy. So long as you don't show up looking glum, Sosuke would say to his classmate Yasui, you'll be welcome just about anywhere. And in fact, he had never managed to look serious enough to offend anyone. That's easy for you to say. You're always so healthy. Yasui, who was always suffering from one ailment or another, would reply enviously. Though originally from the province of Echizen, Yasui had lived in Yokohama so long that his accent and general appearance conformed to those of someone born and bred in Tokyo. He lavished care on his clothes and affected long hair parted straight down in the middle. While he and Sosuke had attended different secondary middle school, at the university they often found themselves sitting side by side at lectures, and from time to time would ask each other about material they had missed. Before long, this classroom chat grew into a friendship. For Sosuke, who was still a stranger in Kyoto, it was a boon to have made such a friend in the beginning of the academic year. With Yasui, As his guide, he drank in like warm sake all the impressions offered by his new surroundings. The two of them made almost nightly forays into livelier neighborhoods, such as those clustered along the avenues of Sanjo and Shijo. Occasionally, they wandered through the Kyogoku quarter. Standing in the middle of the bridge, they would gaze down at the waters of the Kamo River and look up at the moon silently rising over the hills of Higashiyama. The Kyoto moon struck Sosuke as rounder and larger than the moon in Tokyo. When they grew weary of the city streets and the crowds, they would avail themselves of weekends to visit the outlying areas. Sosuke delighted in the dense concentration of brilliant greenery presented by the thickets of great bamboo dotting the landscape, and he marveled at the elegant rows of pines, their trunks, when reflecting the sunlight, seemingly dyed red. One day, of the two of them, One day the two of them climbed up the pavilion of compassion at Senkoji. Sorry. One day, the two of them climbed up the pavilion of compassion at the Senkoji. As they gazed up at a large plaque inscribed by the monk Sokuhi, they heard the splashing of oars flying in a stream in the valley floor. It so resembled the call of wild geese that they had to smile. Another time they trekked as far as the Heihachi Tea House Inn and spent the night there. They ordered from the hostess some unappetizing grilled river fish on skewers and downed them with sake. And downed them with sake. The hostess wore a light cotton towel around her head in the country style, and old-fashioned baggy blue trousers. For a while, immersed in this new sensation, Sosuke managed to assuage his appetite for life. But in the course of roaming around the old capital, inhaling its venerable scent, at some point it began to become stale. As the novel effect initially produced on him by the lovely mountains and sparkling waters wore off, he grew dissatisfied with the warm blood of youth still coursing through his veins. He was unable to discover a verdant oasis that might quench its heat, nor had he found any sphere of action in which his natural ardor would flare up and consume itself. His racing pulse only caused his whole body to and tingle with nervous energy. Languishing there in the inn, arms folded against his chest, Sosuke surveyed the mountains that stretched out in all directions. I'm tired of these bold I'm tired of these boring old places, he said presently. With a chuckle, Yasui launched into an anecdote about a friend of his who hailed from the truly remote locale. Just to keep things in perspective, the place was Tsuchiyama, the one where the rain keeps coming down, as it says in the ballad. And it had been a well-known post station on the old Tokaido road. From morning to night, according to Yasui's friend, you could see nothing but mountains all around. It was like living in the bottom of a cone-shaped mortar bowl. As a child, he recalled, whenever the spring rain poured down, he panicked at the prospect of the family's inn being submerged, seemingly any minute, beneath the water flowing down from the surrounding mountains. It struck Sosuke that there could be no crueler fate than to live out one's life stuck at the bottom of this mortar bowl. How could anyone possibly survive in such a place? He exclaimed with a look of incredulity. With another chuckle, Yasui related a story that this same friend had told him about the most prodigious native son that Tsuchiyama had given to the world, a fellow who had long swindled someone out of a strong box and been crucified for his trouble. Chafing as he was in the constraints of Kyoto life, Sosuke allowed as how such events was indispensable, perhaps once in a century, to break the monotony. At this stage of his life, Sosuke, Sosuke's gaze was riveted to the world of the new. Once he had taken in the full cycle of local beauty spots that the nature had to offer through the four seasons. He felt no need to visit blossoms here, autumn leaves there, simply for the sake of renewing memories of yesteryear. In his quest to establish a demonstrable my bird a demonstrable record of a life lived to the full, his overwhelming priorities were present in which he was now engaged, and the future that was in the process of unfolding. The receding past was but an illusion, as of little value to him as vanished dream. He began to cringe at the thought of viewing countless peeling shrines and weathered temples. Indeed, at the very prospect of focusing up his bright young eyes on history's faded relics. His sensibility was not yet so desiccated as to lure him down to the sleepy byways of antiquity. At the end of the school year, Sosuke and Yasui took leave of each other with promises to meet again soon. Yasui's plan was to first return to his original home in Fukui Prefecture, then go on to Yokohama. If he were to send Sosuke a letter to let him know when he had arrived, ideally they could later take the train back to Kyoto, stopping if time permitted at Okitsu, where they could make a leisurely tour of Seikenji, the Zen temple, Pine Grove, the Pine Grove on Miho Strand, perhaps even Mount Kuno. Pronouncing this an excellent plan, Sosuke anticipated the pleasure of receiving Yasui's note from Yokohama. When Sosuke had then returned to Tokyo, his father was still in his best of health, and Koroku was but a child. After a year's absence, it actually thrilled him to breathe again for scorching, sooty air of the capital. Gazing down from some eminence on the congeries of roof tiles stretching out for miles in all directions under the blazing sun, he had almost exclaimed aloud, "This is Tokyo!" At this period in his life, each and every detail of this dizzying panorama assailed his senses with the force that drummed into his head the word magnificent. His future was like a tightly closed bud waiting to blossom into a flower as yet unknown to others, whose ultimate form was indeed far from clear even to him. What he could intuit clearly was that boundless was the best way to describe what lay ahead, even in the summer heat. He did not neglect to lay plans for his life after graduation. Although he had not yet decided whether to pursue a career in the civil service or in business, he realized that in either case it would be his advantage to lay as much groundwork as possible right now. His father introduced him personally to some of his acquaintances and provided indirect introduction to others. Sosuke selected those who might carry particular weight in the future and went to visit this man. One of them had already left the city, ostensibly for a summer resort. Another was simply not at home. Still, another man on his list told him to visit his office, saying that he was too busy to meet him at home. Sosuke arrived at 7 in the morning with the sun still low in the sky and took the elevator up to the third floor of a red brick building, only to be confronted to his amazement by the spectacle of 7 or 8 others waiting there to see the very same man. And yet, it somehow excited him to visit new places like this and encounter novel situations that, whether or not his errand proved successful, made him feel as though he were adding to his mental file a type of experience about which he had previously been ignorant. Similarly, in this phase of his life, he considered the role assigned to him by his father in the annual airing of the family heirlooms a particularly fascinating opportunity. seated on a damp rock in front of the storehouse, feeling the cold breeze that blew through the building. He pored with great curiosity over illustrated maps of famous places in Edo and gazetteer entitled "The Fine Grained Sands of Edo," and that had passed through several generations of his family. Then, sitting cross-legged in this middle of the parlor, where even the mats were hot, he would pack the camphor crystals brought to him by the maid into little paper cones of the sort doctors used to dispense medicinal powders. From childhood, Sosuke had a fixed set of associations linking the strong aroma of camphor with the sweaty dog of days of summer, earthenware moxa burners, and long-winged fork-tailed kites lazily circling overhead in the clear blue sky. While thus caught up in one thing or another, Sosuke was overtaken by the approach of autumn, leading up to the traditional watershed mark, the 210 days of in the old calendar. The wind blew, the winds blew and rains fell. Clouds looking like splotches of thin black ink moved ceaselessly across the sky. In the space of 2 or 3 days, the temperature fell precipitously. The time had come for Sosuke to bind up his wicker trunk and with strong hemp rope and prepare to return to Kyoto. In the meantime, however, he had not forgotten the travel plans agreed to with Yasui. When arrived in Tokyo 2 months earlier, he had at first simply bided his time, but as the departure date approached, and there was still no word from Yasui, he had become concerned. Since they had parted ways in Kyoto, Sosuke had not received so much as a postcard. He sent a letter to Yasui's old home in Fukui. There was no reply. He then thought of making inquiries in Yokohama, only to realize that he had neglected to ask Yasui for his address there, so his hands were tied. On the eve of Sosuke's departure, his father took him aside and, after handing him a sum of money that included, as his son had requested, something extra on the side trip on the way back to Kyoto, counseled him. "Now, be sure to watch your spending." Sosuke had listened to this well-worn piece of parental advice in the fashion typical of young sons. "I won't be seeing you until you come home again next year," his father added. "Take very good care of yourself." But when the time for him to return came around the next year, it was no longer possible for Sosuke to go home. And the next time he did return to Tokyo, his father already lay cold in death. Even now, Sosuke could not recall the scene of their final parting without feeling a stab of remorse. At the very last moment before he left for Kyoto, he had received a proper sealed letter from Yasui, who wrote to the effect that while he had fully intended to stick to their plan of traveling together, something had come up that required him to return right away. He concluded that with hope that they could get together again in a leisurely fashion back in Kyoto. Sticking the letter into his suit pocket, Sosuke boarded the train. When he reached Okitsu, where the two friends were to have stopped together, Sosuke exited the station and walked alone straight down the town's single thoroughfare towards Seikenji. Now that it was September and the summer season over, the flow of vacationers had ebbed, leaving the inn relatively tranquil. Sosuke stretched out prone in a room with view of the sea and wrote a few lines on postcard to Yasui, which included the words, "Since you did not join me, here I am all by myself in this place." The following day, still sticking to their original plan, he went again by himself to view the pines of Miho and to visit Ryugeji, a temple associated with the Tokugawa family, making an offer all the while to store up impression that could later be revived in a conversation with Yasui. Perhaps it was the weather, or perhaps it was the absence of the companion he had counted on. But Sosuke found little pleasure in viewing the pine-covered beaches and making the ascent to the temple. Lounging about in the inn was even more tedious. Stripping off the yukata provided by the inn, draping it along with with a short sash over a railing, he quickly left Okitsu. On his first day back in Kyoto, Sosuke, tired from the overnight train trip and busy with tidying up afterward, did not so much as step into the sunlit street. When the following day he got around to visiting the campus, he found the faculty not much in evidence and the students still few and far between. Strangest of all, Yasui, after so emphatically announcing his intent to return to Kyoto on a date that fell on some days earlier, was nowhere to be seen. Perplexed, Sosuke made a detour on his way home to Yasui's lodging, which were located next to the well-wooded and well-watered precincts of Kamo Shrine. Before the vacation, in resorting to this out-of-the-way retreat, which might as well have been a country village, Yasui had stressed the need for some quiet backwater where he could properly study. The house that he had chosen was flanked on two sides with weathered earthen walls that lent it an old-fashioned aura. The owner, Sosuke learned from Yasui, had been a cleric on the staff of the Kamo Shrine. His wife, a 40-year-old woman who wielded the Kyoto dialect quite expressively, saw to Yasui's needs. Seeing the needs Seeing to my needs consists of her dropping off a lousy meal 3 times a day, Yasui had complained to Sosuke shortly after moving in. Sosuke was already acquainted from the previous visits with the landlady responsible for the so-called lousy meals, and she, for her part, remembered who he was. No sooner had she caught sight of him than, after an elaborate greeting in a mellifluous Kyoto idiom, he took the words out of his mouth by asking him about Yasui's whereabouts. Evidently, she had heard nothing from him since he had left for home at the beginning of summer. Sosuke mulled over this surprise all the way back to his lodging. For the next week or so, on every visit to campus, he felt he felt a presentiment as he entered the lecture hall. Could he catch sight of Yasui's face today? Would he chance to hear his voice? Each day he returned home with the same vague but palpable sense of dissatisfaction. Indeed, by the third or fourth day, viewing himself as having some responsibility concerning such things, since it was to him Yasui had clearly communicated his intention to return early, Sosuke began to worry about his safety. He made inquiries about Yasui's movements, asking every classmate who had been at all friendly with him, but no one knew a thing. One of them did say that just the night before, in the midst of the crowd around Shijo, he had seen someone wearing a yukata who looked a lot like Yasui. Sosuke did not consider it likely that it was, in fact, his friend. The very day after Sosuke gleaned this bit of information, however, that is, an entire week after he had arrived back in Kyoto, Yasui himself burst in on him at his lodging, dressed as the classmate has described. As Sosuke gazed for the first time in a long while at the figure of his friend, not yet dressed for school and a straw hat in hand, he had the sensation that something new had been superimposed on this face since he had last seen it before vacation. His black hair had been slicked down with pomade and spotted in the middle with ostentatious precision. In fact, Yasui announced, by the way of explanation of showing up out of the blue, he had just come from a barber shop. The evening, the two of them spent more than an hour engrossed in conversation. The peculiar mannerism in Yasui's speech remained unchanged. A certain gravity in its enunciation, a reserved tone as if holding back from expressing himself too freely in deference to Sosuke, the verbal tick of nevertheless, which he overused as before. And yet, in the course of the conversation, he said not a word about why he had left Yokohama ahead of Sosuke, nor explained where he had stopped en route, thus arriving in Kyoto later than his friend. He did mention that it was only 3 or 4 days ago that he had finally returned, and that he had yet settled in again at the lodging he had moved into before the summer break. "Where are you staying then?" Sosuke asked. Yasui named an inn in the Sanjo district. It was a third-rate establishment. Sosuke knew of it. "What are you doing in a place like that?" Sosuke pressed him further. "Are you going to stay there much longer?" At first, Yasui replied vaguely that circumstances made it convenient to stay there for the time being. But then he announced a new development to his astonished friend. "I'm thinking of getting away from boarding house life. Maybe I'll rent a small house." Within the week, as good as his word, Yasui was the master of a house in the tranquil locale close to the university. In addition to the gloomy darkness common to all Kyoto houses, this cramped rental had pillars and latticework painted a darkish red color, seemingly calculated to intensify the fusty look of the place. Near the front gate was a single willow tree. On which property it stood was hard to say. Sosuke observed its long branches whipping about in the breeze, practically touching the eaves of Yasui's house. The garden, unlike those of Tokyo, was laid out with some order. Befitting a region where rocks were easy to come by, a good-sized boulder had been set in the garden directly opposite the parlor. Around its base spread a cool, luxurious carpet of moss. Behind the house stood an empty tool shed, its threshold rotted out, and beyond that, the neighbor's bamboo thicket, all of which was visible to anyone visiting in the toilet. Sosuke first visited the house at the beginning of the term, just a few days shy of October. As he could recall to this day, it had still been so hot that he was carrying a black umbrella around as a parasol. Peering through the lattice door as he closed the umbrella, he had caught the sight of the fleeting outline of a woman dressed in a broad striped yukata. The ground level area inside, made of hard-packed earth, extended to the rear of the house. From the entranceway, one could dimly see all the way back. Sosuke stood there until the retreating figure in the yukata vanished through the back door. Then he slid open the lattice. Yasui himself appeared at the entrance to greet him. The two of them went into the parlor, where they sat talking for a while, but at no point did the woman Sosuke had spied so much as look in on them. She did not speak, nor make any kind of noise. The house was not large at all, so she must have been in an adjoining room, yet it had been quite as if there was no one there besides the two of them. This silent wraith of a woman was Oyone. Yasui chatted volubly about his native region, about Tokyo, and his courses, and about his courses this term. About Oyone, however, he spoke not a word. For his part, Sosuke lacked the nerve to ask, and so the subject went unmentioned that day. When the two of them met the next day, the woman was still very much on Sosuke's mind. Yasui, meanwhile, said not a word about her and acted as if there were nothing out of the ordinary. For all the unrestrained conversation these two fast friends had entered into, with the easy trusting candor of youth, Yasui kept the door shut on this one topic. And for all Sosuke's curiosity, it was not strong enough for him to try forcing it open. The whole week went by, in which the never-mentioned woman remained a barrier lodged between the consciousness of the two friends. That Sunday, Sosuke called on Yasui again, prompted by some business connected with an organization they both belonged to, and having nothing to do with the movement, the visit was intended to be brief. No sooner had Sosuke been seated in the same spot in the parlor, however, and began gazing out at the small plum trees next to the garden hedge, were the same sensation he had experienced on his previous visit vividly evoked. Today, too, the house around him was perfectly silent. He could not help imagining the dim figure of the young woman hidden within this silence. At the same time, he felt no presentiment that she might actually reveal her presence, something that seemed just as unlikely as before. In the midst of these ruminations, Sosuke suddenly found himself being introduced to Oyone. In contrast to the bold striped yukata worn last time, her attire today when she came in from the next room suggested that she was either on her way out to or just back from an errand. This had taken Sosuke by surprise, but there was nothing eye-catching in the woman's dress, nor in the color of her kimono or on the sheen of her obi, as might turn his surprise into an astonishment. Moreover, on this first meeting, Oyone showed little of the alluring shyness common among young women. Indeed, she appeared to be a most ordinary person, albeit more tranquil and taciturn than average. This woman was so composed, Sosuke could see, that it would make no difference in her behavior whether she was off somewhere by herself or in the company of others, and he concluded it was not necessarily out of shyness that she avoided mingling with people. Yasui introduced Oyone with the words, "This is my younger sister," as she sat directly across from Sosuke. She took part in desultory conversation for a few minutes. He could not detect even a hint of provincial speech. "Have you been in Fukui until recently?" he asked, but before she could reply, Yasui broke in. "No, in Yokohama. For a long time now." Soon, it became apparent that Yasui and Oyone planned to go shopping in the city center that day, which was why Oyone changed out of her everyday clothes, and in spite of the heat, wore a fresh pair of white socks. Sosuke felt embarrassed of having intruded on them at the moment they were about to leave the house. "We have just moved in, you see, and we find something else, everything we need every single day," Yasui said with an apologetic laugh. "We have to go into town a couple times a week." "I'll walk out to the street with you," said Sosuke immediately, getting to his feet. Then, at Yasui's suggestions, he took a moment to look around after taking in the lights of square charcoal brazier with a thin ashpan, a cheap-looking brass tea kettle in the next room, and an oddly brand-new wooden bucket next the ancient sink in the kitchen. He made his way through the house and out to the front gate. Yasui padlocked the gate and ran off to entrust the key to a neighbor, while Sosuke and Oyone were waiting to exchange pleasantries. Years later, he could still recall the words that had been exchanged during those 3 or 4 minutes. This amounted to no more than simple words of greeting any man might utter to any woman in an effort to be sociable, words that, if one were to describe them, might be said to be like water, pale and shallow. Sosuke could not even have guessed the number of times he had uttered phrases just this sort of complete strangers and passerbys on the paths of everyday lives. Each time he recalled this exceedingly brief conversation word for word, he had to admit to himself how insipid, how virtually devoid of all color it had been. He could only marvel then at how those first colorless murmurings had led to a future for the both of them dyed with the brightest of reds. All these years later, their lives no longer glowed with such a vivid color. In the natural course of things, the passion that had inflamed them had subsided to darker embers. Whenever he looked back on those early days, he cherished his memory of the brilliant history that had been launched by those innocuous words. At the same time, he trembled at the power that fate could wield by transforming so casual an encounter into such a dramatic event. Soseki recalled how, as the two of them stood before a mud wall outside the gate, the upper half of the shadows had been cast at an exaggerated angle against the surface. He recalled Oyone's shadow there on the wall, topped off by an irregularly shaped cone where her parasol had obscured her head. He recalled how mercilessly the early autumn sun, already beginning its decline, had had beat down on them. He recalled, too, that when Oyone parasol in one hand moved into the not very cool shade of the willow tree, he had stepped back in order to frame with his gaze both the purple of her parasol with its fringe of white and the only slightly faded green of the willow branches. Now, whenever he thought back on that day, everything remained clear to him. Nothing extraordinary had happened. They waited until Yasui reappeared from behind the wall, and then the three of them headed towards town. The two men walked shoulder to shoulder while Oyone, who was wearing loose-fitting sandals, fell slightly behind. The conversation was more or less confined to the men, and was in any case cut short when a bit further on Sosuke parted ways with the pair and returned home. Yet the impressions made on him that day stayed with him for a long time. At home, in the bath later, when seated by the lamp, the image of Yasui and Oyone, like figures in a brightly colored print, repeatedly flashed before his mind. That was not all. When he bedded down for the night, he began to wonder if Oyone was in fact, as she had been introduced, Yasui's sister. Although, short of putting the question directly to Yasui, there was no way to resolve these doubts. He wasted no time jumping to his own conclusion, reflecting as he lay there on the way that the two interacted. There was plenty of room for such conclusion, he decided, and smiled to himself. Then he decided how absurd it was to prolong his idle speculation on the matter. Finally, he got up and blew out the lamp which he had left burning. Soseki was far too friendly with Yasui to let so much time pass between meetings that his memories could gradually fade away until they left no trace. Besides being together every day on campus, they continued to visit each other as they had before the vacation. When Sosuke visited Yasui, it did not always happen, however, that Oyone came out to greet him. On roughly 1 out of 3 visits, she would not appear, reverting instead to the totally silent presence she had maintained on his first visit. But this did not ultimately prevent them from becoming quite friendly. Before long, they were on good terms enough to joke with each other. Soon, it was fall. Although Sosuke had little interest in sightseeing in Kyoto, as he had done the previous autumn, he was invited by Yasui and Oyone to gather mushrooms. He discovered a fresh aroma in the bright crisp air. He also accompanied the two of them on an outing to enjoy the autumn foliage. As they made their way from Saga to Takao, cutting across the flanks of the mountain, Oyone used her parasol as a walking stick, hiked up her kimono in a manner that left her underskirt showing around her ankle. Ooh. As the sun shone down on a stream more than 300 feet below, their high vantage point revealing clearly, even from this distance, the stream bed beneath the translucent flow, Oyone looked over at the two men and said, "Kyoto is lovely, isn't it?" Still gazing down on this scene, Sosuke exclaimed to himself that yes, Kyoto was lovely indeed. Outings of this sort, the three of them together, were not uncommon. More often, though, they would get together at Yasui's house. Once, when Sosuke stopped by For one of his regular visits, he found Yasui to be out and Oyone sitting alone in the house as if abandoned in the midst of autumn desolation. After a few words of sympathy, he ensconced himself in the parlor where he sorry, where they warmed their hands over the brazier that stood between them. Sosuke lost himself in an unexpectedly lengthy conversation before returning home. Another time, he was sitting idly at his desk in his lodging room, uncharacteristically at loose ends, when all of a sudden Oyone turned up at his door. She had been shopping nearby and was just dropping in for a moment, she said. At Sosuke's urging, she stayed for some tea and sweets and left only after a long leisurely chat. Amid these various comings and goings, the leaves had fallen from trees, and one morning the high mountain peaks were capped with white snow. The dry riverbed was scarred by wind, and thin, long shadows of people moved across the bridge. The Kyoto winter that year was utterly merciless, inflicting its piercing cold silently yet relentlessly. Yasui was hit hard by the harsh weather and contracted a severe case of influenza. He alarmed Oyone by running a fever a good deal higher than those brought on by an ordinary flu. Before long, however, his temperature went down. He seemed to be coming out of it, but his symptoms lingered and he was never able to make full recovery. Thereafter, Yasui would suffer the ups and downs of a slight fever for as for a slight of a flight of a slight fever for days on end. 1 second, tea. There's one moment. moment. Okay. Papa lip balm. Okay. The doctor said that the respiratory tract appeared to have been affected and urged a rest cure away from the city. Yasui reluctantly packed his wicker trunk. Oyone, her carryall. Sosuke accompanied them to the Shichijo station and saw them to their compartment, keeping up a cheerful conversation until it was time for the train to depart. Come visit us sometime, said Yasui from the compartment window, after Sosuke had alighted from the train. Yes, please do, Oyone chimed in. The train slowly slipped by Sosuke, who stood on the platform glowing with good health. Then, with a sudden acceleration and a belch of the steam, it headed for Kobe. The convalescing Yasui welcomed the new year in his new surroundings. From the first day of his arrival on, he sent Sosuke a picture postcard more or less every day, in none of which was omitted an invitation to come visit them anytime. Each card also included, an, without fail, a couple of lines in Oyone's hands. Sosuke made a special stack of these cards on his desk so that whenever he came home, they were the first thing to catch his eyes. From time to time, he went back over them all in order, reading some through again, glancing at others. Finally, another card arrived in which Yasui written that he was completely well now and would be coming home. But here, they would come all this way and had yet received a visit from Sosuke. As soon as he got this card, he should leave immediately, even if he would only be able to stay for a brief while. These few words supplied a sufficient goad to Sosuke, who abhorred above all the tedium of an uninterrupted routine. He boarded a train and arrived at Yasui's inn that very night. As the three of them, now happily reunited, sat facing one another in the bright lamplight, the first thing Sosuke noticed was the lustrous color that the recently ailing Yasui had regained. If anything, he looked healthier than ever. Yasui himself announced that yes, he was feeling very well indeed, and as if to prove the point, rolled up his shirt sleeve and stroked a pulsing blue vein. Oyone's eyes sparkled with delight. Sosuke took particular note on their sheer liveliness. There, heretofore, his dominant impression of Oyone had been one of utter composure, even in the midst of riotous noise or scenes of disorder. Now it became obvious to him that this image had been largely conveyed through the steady gaze that she seldom allowed to be diverted. The next morning, the three of them went out in front of the inn and gazed at the sea's dark currents flowing far ashore, the breathed air redolent of peach oozing from the pine trees. The winter's sun unabashedly ran its short course across the sky and sank into the west. As it receded from sight, it dyed the low-hanging clouds yellow and red like cooking stove flame. Even when the night fell, no wind blew, only the occasional passing breeze bestirred the pines. The warm, sunny weather lasted through the entire 3 days of Sosuke's stay. Sosuke said that he wanted to stay on a while before returning. Oyone said that they should indeed enjoy themselves a little longer. Yasui said they owed the fine weather to Sosuke's arrival. But at last, the three of them packed up their wicker trunks and carryalls and returned to Kyoto. The rest of the winter had proved mild. The north winds deflected back to the cold hands where they whence came from. The patches of snow that clearly marked the mountain tops here and there gradually melted away, and then all at once green buds burst forth everywhere. Whenever Sosuke thought back on those months, it struck him that the progression of the reasons had been arrested then and there, and had he and Oyone been turned into stone on the spot, they would have been spared much pain. The drama commenced at winter's end. The faint signs of spring were just emerging, and reached its climax when the cherry blossoms scattered, giving way to the fresh green leaves. It had been life and death struggle. Their agony could have been likened to that of raw green bamboo being roasted over hot flame until the oil came out. The unwary couple had been suddenly knocked over by the furious wind. By the time they got back on their feet, their entire world was covered with grit. They found themselves likewise encrusted, yet they had no inkling of when the storm wind had blown them over. The world had heaped onto the couple unmitigated censure for their moral failings. At first they were taken aback, but before they could not accept the censure of their own conscience, they felt obliged to establish their own sanity. To their astonishment, what they discerned was not a pair of shameful sinners, but rather two senseless people who had defied all logic. There was no excuse, no reason whatsoever for their action. Therein lay their unspeakable anguish. They were left to contemplate ruefully how this cruel fate had lashed out against them so suddenly, as if on a whim, and in a perversely playful way, and snared two innocent mortals in its trap. By the time the two couples' conduct had been fully exposed to the glaring scrutiny of others, they themselves, beyond any tortured moral equivocation, submissively offering their pale foreheads, they were branded with the mark of burning flames. Henceforth, they found themselves bound together by invisible chains and were constrained to walk lockstep, hand in hand, wherever they might go. They abandoned their parents, they abandoned their other relatives, they abandoned their friends. More generally, they abandoned society, or they were abandoned by all of them. Sosuke naturally faced expulsion from the university. He chose, for the sake of appearances, to withdraw formally, thus managing to salvage some shred of human dignity. Such was the past shared by Sosuke and Oyone. That was the end of chapter 14. Hmm. I'm trying to understand what did they do. They fell in love, right? The drama commenced at winter's end, when the faint sign of spring was just emerging. It had been a life and death struggle. The unwary couple had been suddenly knocked over by a furious wind. By the time they got back on their feet, the entire world was covered with grit. What did they do? What do you think they did? That to the the world had heaped on the couple unmitigated censure for their moral failings. What, they had sex or something? But why would other people know? By the time the couple's conduct had been fully exposed to the glaring scrutiny of the others, what did they do? Maybe chapter 15 will tell us more. I'm a bit confused. Like, what did they do? I know they are falling in love with each other, but what did they do? I'm being annoying now. What did they do? No, seriously, someone like, huh? Let's do some googling after this. Chapter 15. Let's go. For those who have just joined us, we're currently reading Natsume Soseki's The Gate, Chapter 15. Burdened with such a past, the couple had gone off to Hiroshima, where they continued to suffer. Then they went on to Fukuoka. There too, they suffered. Returning to Tokyo, they remained weighed down by the crushing burden of their past. It had proved impossible for them to enter into close relations with the Saekis. After Sosuke's uncles died, the attitude of his survivors The aunt and Yasunosuke grew even more distant, such as to preclude for a lifetime of relationship based on mutual trust. This year, Sosuke and Oyone had not even gone to pay them their annual year-end visit, nor had the Saeki came to visit them. Even Koroku, whom they had recently taken in, did not at heart respect his brother. When the couple first returned to Tokyo, Koroku had openly detested Oyone and the childlike forthrightness, a sentiment not lost either on her or on her husband. Under the sun, the couple presented smiles to the world. Under the moon, they were lost in thoughts. And so they had quietly passed the years. Now another year had consumed itself was about to end. In the waning days of December, all of the shops along the area main street were festooned with straw roping and paper amulets. Dozens of ornamental bamboo stalks flanked the busy street, reaching up to the shop eaves and rustling in the cold wind. Sosuke had bought a slender pine bow, slightly over 2 feet long, and nailed it to a pillar on their gate. Then he placed a large yellowish orange on top of the New Year's rice cake and put them on a stand in the alcove. On the wall in the back of this offering hung a black ink sketch of doubtful quality depicting a plum tree from which protruded a clamshell-shaped moon. Sosuke himself was at loss as to why the orange and rice cakes should be set before this peculiar scroll. "What on earth is this all supposed to mean?" he asked Oyone as he studied his own handiwork. Oyone had no idea, either, what was signified by these perennial decorations. "No. But you should just leave them," she said, turning towards the kitchen. "So we can eat them later, I suppose?" Sosuke ventured, tilting his head quizzically as he fussed a bit more over the cakes and orange. The preparation of the New Year's dumpling was left until the evening, when the sticky rice dough and a cutting board were brought into the sitting room so that everyone could take part. There were not enough knives to go around, however, so Sosuke threw the proceedings without lifting a finger. Koroku, by dint of brute strength, carved out the most dumplings, and by the same token he produced the largest number of lopsided duds, some of them truly grotesque. Every time he came up with a particularly odd shape, Kyo burst out laughing. With a wet dish towel to protect his hand, Koroku pushed the knife hard against the crusty edge of the dough. "The shape doesn't matter as long as we can still eat them," he said, his whole face flushed from exertion. All that remained to welcome in the new year was to roast the anchovies and fill the stacks of serving boxes with assorted vegetables boiled in soy. As the darkness gathered on this last night of the year, Sosuke, rent money in hand, went up to the Sakai's to pay his respect. Intending to make his visit as unobtrusive as possible, he went around to the kitchen door, where bright lights blazed beyond the frosted glass and great commotion could be heard. A shop boy clutching an account book, evidently came to settle some outstanding balance, rose from his perch on the raised threshold and greeted Sosuke. The master of the house and his wife were both in the sitting room. In one corner sat a tradesman in a liveried jacket, who appeared to be well acquainted with the household. His head bent over an ample pile of small straw wreaths, for which he was now assembling various attachments. Beside him was strewn the necessary materials, sprigs of yuzuriha and urajiro, sheets of calligraphic paper, and scissors. A young housemaid sat in front of Mrs. Sakai, and sorry, a young housemaid sat in front of Mrs. Sakai on the tatami, spreading out bills and coins that appeared to be change from some payment. Thanks for coming by, Sakai said, looking over at Sosuke. Now that we are down to the wire, you must be very busy. You can see the mess things are around here. Please have a seat. Well, I'm sure you are as fed up with this New Year's business as I am, no matter how much fun something may be. After all, after it roll around more than 40 times, it gets pretty stale. Sakai spoke as though the New Year's observances were a great nuisance, yet in his demeanor there was not a trace of exasperation. Bellying his Belying his tone were lively words, a glowing face, and cheeks still tinged, it seemed, from the strength of the libations poured out at the dinner table. Sosuke chatted for 20 or 30 minutes, smoking the cigarettes that were proffered, before taking his leave. At home, Oyone was waiting, soap and towel in hand, to go out to the baths. She had planned to take Kyo with her, it seemed, and she could not have left in her husband's absence. Did something keep you up there? You have been gone for quite a while. Oyone glanced at the clock. It was getting on towards 10. Beside the bath, Sosuke was informed Kyo was supposed to have her hair done afterward. Even in a quiet, modest household like theirs, such little crisis could arise on New Year's Eve. Still standing, Sosuke asked Oyone if all the year-end bills had been paid. Only one remained, she answered, for firewood. If the man turns up, please pay him, she said, removing from her breast a pocket of soiled billfold of the sort of man carrying around, along with a change purse, which she handed to her husband. Pocketing this, he asked, "Where is Koroku?" "Oh, he went out. He said he wanted to take in the city lights on New Year's Eve. In this frigid weather, no less. He certainly is putting himself out." Oyone replied, illicit giggles from Kyo, who followed close on her heels. Well, he's still young." "Well, he's still young," said Kyo, by way of justification after she stopped her laughing. Then she stepped down to the kitchen door and set out Oyone's clocks for her. "What lights did he hope to take in?" Sosuke asked. He said something about the main avenue from Ginza to Nihonbashi." Oyone had already stepped down into the well of the kitchen doorway. The sound of the back door being slit open reached Sosuke's ears soon after that. Sitting alone beside the brazier, he gazed into the glowing charcoal until it was reduced to ashes. He could already imagine the rising suns that would be flying tomorrow, and the sheen of the silk top hats of the men on the heads of men making their New Year's rounds. He could hear the sounds of sabers rattling, horses neighing, and shuttlecocks being struck. In such a few hours he would be obliged to observe those seasonal rituals, supposedly designed more than any others on the calendar to bring about a sense of spiritual renewal. Many scenes of apparent gaiety and conviviality thus flashed through his mind, but none caught his imagination and swept him up in the spirits of the season. He felt like an outsider at a banquet who, not having been invited, had no right to become intoxicated. But he was, by the same token, spared from getting drunk. No expectation for the future arose other than to continue his life with Oyone and to weather the ordinary vicissitudes of each passing year. It was fitting emblem then of his everyday life for him to be sitting here alone on this tumultuous eve of the New Year, quietly minding the house. It was well after 10 when Oyone returned. In the lamplight, her cheeks radiated an unusually healthy glow. Still warm from the bathhouse, she wore her kimono open at the neck, revealing her undergarment and the full length of her nape. "It was absolutely mobbed," she said, breathing a sigh of relief. "It was hard to find a bucket or a faucet that was free." Kiyo did not return until after 11. Thrusting her head out from behind the shoji, her hair neatly arranged, she apologized for being so late. She had been made to wait, she explained, while the hairdresser finished with a couple of other customers. This left only Koroku, who was still out somewhere. When the clock struck midnight, Sosuke suggested they retire, Oyone feeling that this night, of all nights in the year, it would be odd not to wait out for Koroku, tried to keep their conversation going as best as she could. Fortunately, it was not long before he turned up. He had strolled from Nihonbashi to Ginza, he explained, but by the time he circled back to Suitengu, the outbound streetcars were packed and he had to let a number of them go before he could board one. Koroku had stopped at the Hakubotan in the hopes to winning the gold watch that was one of the luck of the draw prizes the shop was giving away to lure customers. Having to buy something in order to qualify, even as there was nothing he wanted, he settled on a box of little bean bags with bells on them. He then seized one of the hundreds of numbered balloons that were being spit out by a machine. His number did not get him a gold watch, but it did win him something else, he said, producing a packet, the store's brand of powdered soap. Please take it, he said, setting it down in front of Oyone. It's for you. Next, he plunked down in front of Sosuke the bell-studded beanbags, which had been sewed in the shape of plum blossom, saying, Please pass them to the Sakai daughters. Thus concluded the small household's meager celebration of New Year's Eve. That's the end of chapter 15. You know what? It's actually not bad. Considering, I mean, not bad in the sense that not bad in the sense that I read this right now because it's pretty much like New Year and stuff. It's pretty good timing actually, if you think about it. Okay. Chapter 16. Those who have just joined us. Sorry, let me drink. Okay. For those who have just joined us, thank you so much for joining our reading session today. It's yeah. We have just finished chapter 15. We are currently reading The Gate by Natsume Soseki. Very good book. I quite like it. It's based like all Natsume Soseki books. Nothing is happening, but something is happening. So get used to it. It's just how Natsume Soseki is. I have that, and then we just finished chapter 15, and then we are now going to go on with chapter 16 of The Gate by Natsume Soseki. Okay, chapter 16. Chapter 16. The second day of the new year brought a snowfall that coated the capital and its festive straw and paper garlands with white. Before the roof became visible again, the couple was startled more than once with the sound of the snow cascading down the flashing eaves. The loud thuds in the middle of the night were especially alarming. The mud that covered their lane as the snow melted, unlike the mud created in the wake of rain, refused to dry out in just a day or two. Every time Sosuke went out, he returned with his shoes in a complete mess, and as soon as he stepped into the house and caught sight of Oyone, he would say, This simply won't do. Sosuke's manner suggested that his wife was at fault for the state of the lane outside their house. Finally, he was made as if to apologize. Well, I beg your pardon. I am most dreadfully sorry, she said, and burst out laughing. Sosuke was at loss for a suitably sharp quip. You know, Yone, he resumed, This area, it looks for all the world as though you can't get anywhere without wearing high clogs. But in the flatlands downtown, it's another story. Every street there is so dry that the air is so full of dust. And if you're wearing high clogs, you just feel like such a fool. You don't want to go anywhere. I swear, living way out here, we are about a century behind the times. His complaint notwithstanding, Sosuke did not look the slightest bit vexed. For her part, Oyune simply heard him out with about the same mild interest she might show in watching the cigarette smoke that hovered below his nostrils. You should tell that to Sakai-san, she taunted him gently. Oh, right, and then I'll get him to lower the rent, he said, without, however, showing any inclination to visit the landlord. The previous sorry. The previous day, New Year's Day, he had gone by the Sakai's house early in the morning and simply dropping off his calling card at the door, hastily retreated back through the gate before the matter of the house would appear. On the second day, amidst the falling snow, there was no coming and going anywhere. The third day, a maid came down with around sunset with a message from the Sakais to the effect that they would be delighted if Mr. and Mrs. Nonaka, the young master too, were free to come to spend the evening. After the maid had left, Kosuke asked suspiciously, "What do you suppose they have planned?" "I'm sure it would be poem cards with those children, with all those children," said Oyone. "You should go." "It's kind of them to ask. You should go. I haven't played that game for ages. I would be hopeless." I wouldn't be any better at it," she said. The couple showed no sign in reaching an agreement on who should accept this invitation. In the end, they decided to make Koroku fulfill this obligation for all of them. "Off you go, young master," Sosuke said to Koroku, who smiled thinly as he got to his feet. Sosuke and Oyone were very much amused by the conferral of this little title on Koroku and burst out laughing at the sight of the reaction it elicited when invoked by them. Leaving the holiday air of his home behind after a transit of but 100 yards, Koroku found himself seated in the lamplight of another festive household. In the course of his visit, Koroku removed from what? In the course of his visit, Koroku removed from his sleeve pocket the beanbags shaped like plum blossoms that he had brought home the other night, and emphasizing that they came from his brother, presented them as gifts to the Sakai daughters. In exchange, he arrived back home with a small unadorned doll, another end of the year premium, stuffed into the same pocket. The doll's forehead was slightly chipped, and on the spot, a simple dot of black ink had been applied. In a thoroughly earnest manner, Koroku announced that the doll, as he had understood, represented the Sodehagi character in the play by Chikamatsu. The couple failed to grasp the resemblance between the doll and Sodehagi. Koroku himself had not, of course, had the faintest idea when first presented with the doll by Mrs. Sakai, who had then launched into a detailed explanation. When he still did not get the point, she had asked her husband write on a piece of paper side by side a line from the play and in parentheses the punning parody that was meant to be embodied by the doll. "Ah, this narrow hedge like an iron clock. Parentheses. Ah, this callow wench crying. Sosuke and Oyone once again broke into light-hearted laughter that befitted a dinner. Such a clever gag, said Sosuke. I wonder who thought this up. How would I know? He replied Koroku sullenly before leaving the doll on the floor and retreating to his room. A few days later, it must have been on the 7th, the same maids as before came in the evening bearing a message from the Sakais, which she faithfully recited to Kiyo just as she had been instructed. If Mr. Nonaka should be at his leisure, he is kindly invited to come by for a chat. Sosuke and Oyone had lit the lamp and were just sitting down to dinner when Kiyo delivered this message. Sosuke, rice bowl in one hand, was commenting to Oyone about the New Year's celebrations finally coming to an end. On hearing the message from the Sakais, Oyone looked at her husband and smiled. Yet another one of the gatherings? Sosuke wondered aloud. His eyebrows contracted peevishly as he sat down on his bowls. But on further questioning of the maid, who was waiting at the door, it emerged that no other guests had been invited. She volunteered that Mrs. Sakai and the children would not be at home, having gone away to visit some relatives. Well then, I guess I'll drop by, said Sosuke, and left the house. Sosuke hated socializing. He was not one to turn up at any gathering unless it was absolutely unavoidable. He did not cultivate personal friendships either. He had no time for paying visits here and there. This rule, Sakai was the sole exception. Sosuke even had gone up to see him several times with no particular purpose in mind, simply to pass time. This man who, by contrast, was the most social person in the world. Even to Oyone, the exceedingly gregarious Sakai and her reclusive husband should get together and converse freely seems an astonishing phenomenon. When Sosuke arrived, Sakai said, "Let's chat over here," and led him over across the sitting room and then down a corridor to a doorway that opened onto the small study. Hanging in the alcove was a scroll inscribed with only 5 characters, characters so large and intimidating, however, that they might have been written with a brush made of palm fronds. Below it, on the alcove shelf, stood an arrangement consisting of a single magnificent white peony. The only other furnishing were a desk and some cushions, all laid out very neatly. Standing just inside the darkened doorway, Sakai twisted a switch somewhere, and as soon as the electric light turned on, invited Sosuke in. "Just a moment," he said, lit the gas heater with a match. The heater was quite small for a room this size. This preliminary finish, Sakai offered his guest a cushion. "This is my private grotto," he said. "When things start to get on my nerves, I take refuge here." Atop his thick, quilted cushion, Sosuke himself felt a certain tranquility as the gas fire burned all but inaudibly a palpable warmth enfolded him from behind. "In this room, I am free from all social contract. I can truly relax. Please stay here with me as long as you like. When you come down to it, this New Year's business has gotten more trouble than it's worth. Up until yesterday afternoon, I was completely stretched. There just seemed to be no end of it. Finally, around noon today, I turned my back on the busy everyday world. I felt sick and took to my bed, slept like a baby. I only woke up a short while ago, had a bath, ate something, smoked a cigarette. Then suddenly it dawned on me that my wife had gone off with the children to her relative, and I was all alone. No wonder it's so quiet, I said to myself. But then, out of a sudden, I felt bored. What a moody creature we are. Still, no matter how bored I was, I couldn't be bothered to go out, watch or listen to any more activities, and the very thought of gulping down a spread was frightening. Anyway, I felt like spending some time with someone very unfestive. No, that sounds rude. Someone who has few connections with society. Ah, that sounds even worse. Well, in a In a word, someone like yourself who is above the world. And that's why I sent the maid to invite you over. Sakai spouted all this in his usual smooth, voluble manner. Once in the company of this inveterate optimist, Sosuke often forgot about his own past. At certain moments, it had even crossed his mind that if he had struck the conventional path, he might turn out to be a fellow rather like this. Just then, the maid slid open the narrow door. After offering Sosuke a second or more formal welcome, he set before him a dessert plate that looked to be made of wood. Then she placed an identical plate in front of Sakai and withdrew without a word. On each plate sat one large steamed bean jam filled bun, and the size of a child's rubber ball, and beside it a toothpick about twice the normal size. Prompted by his host not to get the bun get cold, Sosuke noticed that in fact it had not been freshly steamed, and admired the yellowish skin of this rare treat sitting on its plate. But they're not really fresh, Sakai explained. Actually, they gave me a few to take home at this place I went to last night, after I said, half joking, how delicious they were. At least they were nice and hot. These I had just warmed up so you could have a taste. Using his oversized toothpick, Sakai made a hash of his bun and began to munch on the shreds. Like the sycophantic women who ate in vain in the alluring frown of sushi, Sosuke dug into his own bun with the same abandon as his host. While they were eating, Sakai brought up the subject of a peculiar geisha he had met at the restaurant the night before. Evidently, she was very fond of the annexed and carried a pocket edition around with her all the time, on the train, out on the town, everywhere. Anyway, he said, she told me about this one disciple, Shiro, who is her very favorite. When I asked her why, she said that it was because that he was honest almost to a fault. Whenever he learned something from the master, he would worry that he might taught something new before he was able to put the first thing he learned to use. Now, I don't know myself much about Shiro, and I wasn't sure what to say, but I asked her if this wasn't like falling in love with someone and then before you could marry the person worrying about falling in love with someone else just as nice. Sakai delivered himself of such anecdotes without a second thought. Judging from the casual tone he adopted in telling these tales, it appeared that having frequented the demi-monde more or less continuously all his adult life, he had long since become inured to the stimuli afforded by this milieu. Still, out of force of habit, he went on visiting his old haunts several times a month. When probed a little further, he replied that even he, who took most everything in stride, occasionally felt inured to physical pleasure and had to seek a balm for his spirit by retreating to his study. Sosuke, himself no stranger to the demi-monde, did not have to feign interest in such stories. He responded rather in an undemonstrative man-about-town fashion. It was this very nonchalance that piqued the curiosity of Sakai, who made as if to read into his guest's very ordinary remarks traces of some possibly far-away ordinary past. But the moment Sosuke betrayed a hint of resistance to having his past explored further, Sakai changed the subject. He clearly did not. He clearly did so not as some delaying tactic, but out of defense to his guest's reticence, such that Sosuke took no offense at all. In the course of the conversation, Koroku's name came up. Sakai turned out to have some novel observation to make about the young man, of a sort of that would escape notice by an older brother. Expressing neither assent or dissent, Sosuke heard out Sakai's characterization with considerable interest. Eventually, Sakai formulated a question about Koroku. While the young man clearly had a head for complicated, if impractical matters, was he not also rather naive for his age? So, like a child in the unself conscious way, he revealed his emotions. Sosuke immediately concurred in this assessment. Yet, he went on to add, this was perhaps a quality, regardless of age, clings to those whose education had been of formal and academic variety devoid of any socialization. I see your point, Sakai said, but then take the opposite case. People who are well versed in the way of the world but don't have a head for books may seem more sophisticated, but they never really grow up. They are the ones who cause more trouble. Sakai paused for a moment, then continued. What about letting Koroku live with us as a shosei? 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 What about letting Koroku live with us as a shosei? I suppose that might contribute to his socialization. Sakai had no one in his employ ever since his previous shosei passed his physical for the draft and got himself sent to the boot camp about a month before the family's pet dog was taken sick to the veterinarians, leaving a position vacant ever since. Sosuke was overjoyed at this fortuitous solution to the problem of what to do with Koroku, a solution that had spontaneously materialized without any solicitation on his part. Here at the beginning of the new year, at the same time not having dared for a long time to entertain any real expectations of goodwill and kind favors from the world, he momentarily shocked into indecisiveness by Sakai's sudden offer. But then, he judiciously, judiciously, but then he judiciously realized if he were to place Koroku in this position very soon, with the money they would save on his keep, plus modest contribution from Yasunosuke, he could fulfill his brother's hope for a university education. When Sosuke revealed his plan to his host, holding back nothing, Sakai nodded as he listened and then responded offhandedly, "Sounds fine to me." And so the matter was settled then and there. Sosuke should have called it an evening at this point, and in fact, he did try to leave, but his host prevailed on him to stay for a while longer. "The evening is young," he said, showing Sosuke his watch to prove it. Sakai seemed very much at loss for something to do. For Sosuke's part, if he were to leave now, it would only to go straight back to bed. Sakai settling back down again, lit up another strong cigarette. Eventually, Sosuke followed his host's example and assumed a less formal posture on his soft cushion. Returning to sorry, my pen. I'm sorry. Returning to the subject of Koroku, Sakai observed. Sorry. Returning to the subject of Koroku, Sakai observed, "Younger brothers can be a real bother. I've been saddled with one who's nothing but trouble, so I know what I'm talking about." He proceeded to describe how extravagant his brother had been in his college years, in contrast to his own simple, austere life as a student. Sosuke inquired about the subsequent progress of his flamboyant brother, who, partly in the expectation of gaining another glimpse of the vindictive working of fate. "Adventurer!" This was the single word that exploded from Sakai's mouth. After graduation, Sakai went on, his brother had been hired on his recommendation by a certain bank, but all he did was complain that he wasn't making enough money. After the Russo-Japanese War was over, ignoring Sakai's efforts to dissuade him, he had gone off to Manchuria, declaring his intention to do something really big. Once there, he got himself involved in, of all things, some colossal scheme to transport soybean mash down the Liao River, a venture that went bust practically overnight. He was not a principal investor, but all the accounts have been reckoned, he emerged with a large debt. Not only could he not continue with this venture, A collapse inevitably spelled his personal ruin. What became of him at this juncture, I really didn't know at the time, Sakai continued. But when I finally did hear from him again, well, I was in for a shock. This time he was off to Mongolia, wandering all over the place. As you can imagine, I was worried about further trouble. After all, he seemed to have an unlimited capacity for speculation. So still, so long as he was over there and I was over here, I could go on assuming that he had get by somehow, and didn't need to concern myself too much. He sent me the occasional letter, but it would be about how arid Mongolia is, and so that when it gets hot, they have to wet down the dusty road with water from the open sewers, and when that runs out, they sort to horse piss, and so the whole place have this terrible stink, what that kind of thing. Oh yes, he did bring out money, but so what? With me in Tokyo and him in Mongolia, all I had to do was ignore his request. As long as he stayed that way, there was no problem. But then, all of a sudden, who should turn up here in Tokyo just before the New Year's? As though he had just recalled something, Nagai interrupted himself and took down the alcove pillar decorative object, from which dangled a handsome tassel. It was a short sword, 1 foot in length, wrapped in a silk brocade bag. The scabbard was fashioned from a green mica-like material of exotic appearance and was encircled in 3 places by bands of silver. The blade was only 7 inches long, and cutting edge proportionately narrow. By contrast, the scabbard was very thick and took the shape of a hexagonal oaken club. Closer inspection revealed 2 slender sticks inserted through the hilt and running parallel to the scabbard. They were secured to the latter with the silver bands. This is what he brought me as souvenir, a Mongolian sword, said Sakai, swiftly unsheathing the blade. From the handle he then pulled out 2 sticks, which appeared to have made of ivory. These are actually chopsticks. Evidently, Mongolians wear their swords all the time, so whenever they chance upon a meal, all they need to do was whip them out, slice the meat, and then dig with these chopsticks. Sakai performed a spirited demonstration, sword in one hand, chopstick in another. Sosuke studied the article's fine craftsmanship. He also gave me some of the felt that they used to make their tents. It's a lot like the pressed wool that antique rugs are made of. Sakai proceeded to describe the skill of Mongolian horsemen, the resemblance between thin, rangy Mongolian dogs and Western greyhounds, and the steady encroachment on Mongolian territory by the Chinese. In short, everything he had heard from his brother on his recent return from the country. This was all quite new to Sosuke, who took in each information with genuine interest. As he listened, his curiosity was piqued as to what Sakai's brother was doing in Mongolia in the first place. "Adventurer!" Sakai exclaimed again with equal vehemence. Then he went on. "I have no idea what he's doing there. He tells me he's raising some kind of livestock and it's been great success, but there's absolutely no reason to believe him. I've been taken in too many times by his empty boast. As for the item of business that brought him to Tokyo, it sounds utterly preposterous. He claims that he needs to borrow 20,000 yen for king something or another of Mongolia, and so he's rushing around telling people that he'll lose his standing over there if we don't lend him money. Needless to say, I was the first person he asked. Okay, say it really is the king of Mongolia, or he does put up vast tracts of land as collateral. How is anyone here in Tokyo supposed to collect the debt over there if he doesn't pay up? So I said no. And the next thing, my brother came sneaking to see my wife behind my back and has the gall to tell her that with my attitude I would never make it big. With a snort of amusement, Sakai turned to Sosuke, whose face wore an oddly tense expression. "What do you say?" Sakai asked. Would you like to meet him just this once? He goes around draped in baggy clothes, trimmed with fur and all, and might be worth a laugh or two. I'll be happy to introduce you. In fact, he's coming to dinner the day after tomorrow, but you mustn't let yourself get sucked into anything. If you just let him do all the talking and say nothing, you will be perfectly safe. It will be a lark. Sakai was persistent in his invitation. Would it just be your brother who's coming to dinner? Asked Sosuke, weakening some. No, there's some other fellow who came back with him from over there. He's supposed to come too. His name is Yasui, I think. I haven't met him yet, but my brother's been very keen on introducing him, and so that's why I'm planning to get this dinner. Sosuke went out Sakai's gate that night with an ashen face. Ooh, Yasui-san. Yasui. Thank you. Okay. Alright. That was the end of chapter 16. We're gonna have 17 soon. So Yasui is Oyone. Oyone is the wife. Yasui is Oyone's older brother. Something happened that made the two of them like ran away from Kyoto. Like something about moral issue. I don't know. Like maybe they had sex, but why would everyone know they had sex and then chastise them? I don't know. Like maybe they got caught, or the brother run around like just disapproving their relationship. I don't know. This we'll find out. I guess we'll find out. We will find out. We'll find out. Okay. Yeah, that's it. We are currently reading chapter 17 of Natsume Soseki's The Gate. Chapter 17. 17. The unions between Sosuke and Oyone had dyed their existence a somber hue and reduced the presence they felt to mere wraiths that barely cast a shadow on the world. From one year to the next, each lived with the sensation of harboring deep inside a frightening moral contagion, though neither of them ever acknowledged this feeling to the other. Early on, what weighed most heavily on their minds was the havoc their transgressions wreaked on Yasui's future. By the time their emotions had cooled down somewhat, the news reached them that Yasui too had withdrawn from the university. They naturally felt responsible for this damage to his prospects. Next, a rumor reached them that he had returned to his native province, then a report that he was sick and confined to his bed. Each new tidings sent sharp pangs into their already burdened breast. Finally, they received word that Yasui had gone to Manchuria. At the time, Sosuke wondered to himself whether he had, in fact, recovered from his illness, or whether this talk of his having gone to Manchuria was not simply a fabrication. The Yasui he knew was both constitutionally and temperamentally unsuited to places like Manchuria or Taiwan. Sosuke did everything he could to find out the truth, casting his net of inquiry as widely as possible through certain channels. He was able to ascertain that Yasui was indeed in Mukden, and that, moreover, he was in vigorous health and healthy in his business venture. At this news, the couple turned towards each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Well, it's for the best, said Sosuke. It's certainly better than being sick, said Oyone. From then on, they avoided all mention of Yasui's name. They could not even bring themselves to think about him. For it was because of them Yasui had dropped out from school, returned to provinces, and fallen ill. It was perhaps even because of them that he had fled to Manchuria. And yet, no matter how painful their cumulative remorse, they were in no position to make amends for the wrongs they had done him. What did they do? Sorry. At one point, Soseki had asked Oyone, "Tell me, has any kind of religious faith ever touched you?" After a simple reply in affirmative, she turned the question back on him. "And you?" Smiling dismissively, Soseki did not reply, nor did he interrogate her about the particulars of her faith, which was just as well as far as she was concerned. Under the loose rubric of faith, there were no elements that coalesced and settled into any definite pattern for her. In any case, the two of them had come to this far without either sitting in a church pew and passing through a temple gate. At length they had found peace through the simple blessing of nature, the balm of time, even as they continued to suffer pangs of conscience on occasion. This increasingly seemed to come from somewhere far away, too faint, too weak, and too disconnected, and flesh and blood passions to qualify as either terrifying or excruciating. Finally, then, not having found God and encountered the Buddha, they focused their faith on each other. Their spirits locked in together in an embrace. They began to form a protective circle around themselves. It was in this state of isolation that they managed to find peace. Their lonely peace was complemented by a certain sweet sense of pathos. As much as they come to revel in their pathos, they were far enough removed from the realms of philosophers and poets to harbor any self-conscious need to proclaim aloud their good fortune in having it. Their experience was therefore unalloyed in comparison to that of the writers and thinkers who must strive to describe states of this nature. Such had been the couple's inner life up until the seventh day of this new year, when Sosuke was invited to Sakai's and heard the news about Yasui. As soon as he returned home and was face to face with Oyone, who had been waiting for him beside the brazier, he startled her by saying, I'm not feeling too well. I'm going straight to bed." "Oh, what's the matter?" She raised her eyes to meet his gaze. Sosuke just stood there stock still. His behavior was so unusual that Oyone could not recall his ever having been in such a state. She suddenly stood up, looking as though assailed by some nameless dread, and almost mechanically proceeded to take bedding out of the closet and lay it out according to her husband's wishes. While the bed was being made up, Sosuke remained standing to one side with his hands thrust to his sleeves. The moment Oyone was finished, he threw off his clothes and burrowed under the covers. Oyone did not move from his bedside. "What is the matter?" I don't know, I just don't feel very well. But if I stay put for a while, maybe I'm sure I'll feel better." Sosuke's response came from under the covers. At the sound of his muffled voice, a look of helpless pity came over Oyone's face. She remained seated there, motionless. Go on back to the other room. I'll call if I need you," he said. At length, Oyone returned to the sitting room. Alone, with his head still under the covers, Sosuke lay there stiffly with his eyes shut. In the darkness, he turned over and over again in his mind what he had heard from Sakai. Until the very moment it happened, he could never have imagined that he would hear news of Yasui in Manchuria from the mouth of his landlord, nor would it have occurred to him in his wildest dream prior to conclusion of his evening with Sakai that fate was on the brink of placing him side by side with Yasui, or perhaps face to face at the table of this same host. As he lay there thinking back over the past few hours, he was astounded, not to mention saddened by the suddenness, the utter unpredictability of this turn of events. Sosuke had never claimed to be the kind of strong man who could be felled by who could be felled only by an abrupt, totally unforeseeable events such as this. He had no doubt that far gentler methods would have been sufficient to dispose of weakling like himself. For his brother, Koroku, to Sakai's brother, on to Manchuria and Mongolia, then the return to Tokyo and Yasui. As he went back over and over again the flow of the evening's conversation, Sosuke was astonished by the sheer weight of chance. He made an anguished calculation of the odds of someone encountering such a rare, random event so perfectly designed to revive the most excruciating regrets from the past. One in so many hundreds or thousands? His anger rose and his breath turned hot in the darkness under the covers. The wound that had finally started to heal over the past few years began suddenly to throb to the point of burning. It seemed about to split open again, letting the poisonous air around him infect it without quarter. Perhaps he should tell Oyone everything so that she should share his misery. Yes, he would. Oyone! Oyone! He called out. She raced to his bedside and peered down intently at his face. He had poked his head out from under the covers. Her own face was illuminated in the profile by the light from the other room. I want a glass of hot water, Sosuke dissembled, losing his nerve at the very last moment. The next day, he got up the usual time and ate his customary breakfast. As Oyone served him, he noted, with a mixture of pleasure and pity, the look of relief on her face. You gave me quite a shock last night, she said. I thought there was something really wrong with you. Sosuke quietly sipped the tea in his cup and did not look up. He could find no words for a suitable reply. From early that morning, a dry, cold wind had been raging, snatching up many hats along the clouds of dust. Having ignored Oyone's admonition to avert a fever by staying home all day, he boarded the usual streetcar, and amidst the heightened roar of the moving carriage, the driving wind outside, he tucked in his chin and kept his gaze fixed narrowly straight ahead. On alighting on his stop, he traced a persistent whining sound to the wire overhead. Looking skyward, he found a stolid sun shining ever brightly than ever amidst this ferocious display of nature's power. The wind whipped coldly between his legs. To Sosuke's eyes, the columns of swirling dust advancing towards the palace moat appeared as distinct as slanted sheets of rain when driven before the wind. At the office, he could not apply himself to his work. With the writing brush in one hand and his chin propped up on the other, he lost himself in unbidden thoughts. From time to time, he idly scraped at the inkstone. He smoked with abandon. Then, as if recalling something, he would look out the window. Wherever he looked, the world still belonged to the wind. Sosuke could think of nothing but going home as soon as possible. When at last he arrived, Oyone studied his face anxiously. Did things go all right today? She asked. He had no choice but to say all was well, except that he felt a bit tired. He wasted no time sitting down and warming his legs in the kotatsu, not budging until dinner was served. Meanwhile, the wind died out just as the sun set. In contrast to the daytime, the world now seemed completely still. My, what a relief that the wind has stopped. The way it was blowing earlier today, it frightened me just to sit here like this. Oyone spoke of the fierce wind as if it were some evil spirit and something to be feared. Sosuke responded with composure. It's quite a warm night tonight, isn't it? What a nice gentle start for the new year. Having finished dinner, he was smoking a cigarette when he said out of the blue, Oyone, what do you think? What do you say we take in a show at the theater? He rarely made such an invitation to his wife, and he naturally found no reason to decline, entrusting the care of the house to Koroku, and he who said that he would rather toast some rice cake than hear some old-style ballad singing. The couple went out. They arrived somewhat late, and the theater was full. Rooms were made for them at the very back, where the absence of cushions they sat at the very best they could, half kneeling. What a mob! Well, it's still New Year's, whispering to each other. They surveyed the large half packed closely with a row upon row of bobbing heads. The closest to the podium was shrouded in a fog of tobacco smoke. In Sosuke's eyes, these serried rows of black-haired heads belonged to so many creatures of leisure whose life allowed them to frequent such places of entertainment where they would, while away half the night, each and every face he glimpsed aroused envy. His gaze refocused on the podium. He tried to give all his attention to the Joruri ballad, but to no avail. It did not interest him. He stole a few glances at Oyone, who kept her eyes unwaveringly trained at the podium, seemingly oblivious to her husband. Sosuke had to count her then among all these people who had aroused his envy. At the end, and the entracte? Oh, French. I can't French. Sorry. I can French, but I can't speak French. Sorry. Sorry. um. Okay. How is entracte? Let's Google the word and listen how it's pronounced. E and N. ちょっと待ってね。ENTRA. E. Entracte. Okay? Entracte is basically an interlude. I don't know why they don't use the word interlude, but yes, it's interlude. Entracte. Entracte. Okay, ちょっと待ってね。Okay. Entracte. At the entracte, he turned to her and said, Well, shall we leave? Surprised by such abruptness, Oyone said, You don't like it? When he made no reply, she said in what sounded like an effort to appease him, Well, I don't really care one way or the other. This solicitous response in turn renewed Sosuke's sympathy for his wife, whom he had been so determined to have joined him for a night out. In the end, he sat through the rest of the performance. On their return, they found Koroku sitting cross-legged next to the brazier. Not brazier. Brazier. Sorry. Brazier is another thing, okay? Brazier reading a book, holding it from the top against the light with no concern for the spine. The iron kettle had been left off the brazier long enough for the water to turn tepid. On the wicker tray, there are 3 or 4 pieces of toasted rice cakes. Some soy sauce had found its way from the wire grating used for toasting the dish on which it sat. Getting onto his feet, Koroku asked, "Did you have a good time?" The couple warmed themselves at the kotatsu for 10 minutes and went to bed. The next day, Sosuke scarcely any more. The next day brought Sosuke scarcely any more peace. After work, he boarded the usual streetcar, but once inside, he summoned up the image of Yasui and himself arriving at the entrance of the Sakai's at more or less the same time. And he had to ask himself what sense it made to be traveling homeward so swiftly, as if to hasten the moment of this encounter. At the same time, he wondered how Yasui had changed over the years, even wished that he might, unobserved, simply catch a glimpse of the man. 2 nights earlier, Sakai had characterized. Gosh, fuck, what's wrong with me? 2 nights earlier, Sakai had characterized his brother with the single word adventurer. The utterance now reverberated loudly in Sosuke's mind. Sosuke enumerated various traits that might fall under this rubric: desperation and abandon, discontent and loathing, this licentiousness, wow, licentiousness and depravity, recklessness and ferocious determination. Then he tried to imagine what degree such traits might pertain not only to someone like Sakai's brother, who doubtless possessed one or other of them in some measure, but also to Yasui, who, as part of some joint enterprise, had joined the brother for the trip from Manchuria. The adventurer that took shape in Sosuke's imagination was naturally cast in the most lurid color possible within the range of connotations allowed by the term. Having arrived at this distorted image of adventure in which depravity was emphasized to the extreme, Sosuke felt himself obliged to accept complete responsibility for Yasui's deplorable transformation. He wanted to catch a single glimpse of the man as he approached the landlord's house in order to form a general impression. However, hazy, of his present character. He also wanted to console himself with the discovery that Yasui had not become as depraved as he feared. Sosuke searched his memory for a safe spot close to the Sakai's house from which he could not peer out at others without their being aware, but unfortunately could not think of one. Were Yasui to arrive after sundown, the same darkness that rendered Sosuke invisible would also render unrecognizable the faces of those who approached the house. In the meantime, the streetcar had reached Kanda. Sosuke was pained by the prospect of changing cars here and proceeding towards his destination. His nerves balked at so much as a single step in the direction of the place where Yasui was due to arrive. As he stood at the stop, his voyeuristic impulse to steal a glimpse of the man, which had not been strong enough to begin with, was thoroughly suppressed. He walked through the cold streets along the many other people. Unlike them, he had no clear destination in his mind. Lamps in the shops began to light up. The streetcars lit up as well. He entered a small restaurant that specialized in beef dishes and began to drink. He tossed back his first bottle of sake in days. The second he forced down his throat. The third failed to make him drunk. Nevertheless, Sosuke went on sitting there, leaning back against the wall and staring off into space with the look of one who was in fact drunk. It was the dinner hour, and customers streamed in and out. Most of them consumed their meals in perfunctory manner, quickly paid their bills and left. As Sosuke continued to sit in silence amidst this hustle and bustle, he eventually came to realize that he had spent twice or 3 times as long there as anybody else. Finally, unable to stay in his seat any longer, he got up and left. Out in the front of the out in the front of the restaurant, both sides of the street received sufficient illumination from the shop lights for him to distinguish clearly the hats and clothing of each passerby beneath the eaves, but the light was too weak to brighten up the frigid expanse beyond. Oblivious to the glow of gas and electric lamps at each shop entrance, the night appeared as dark and vast as ever. Wrapped in greatcoat dark enough to merge into this realm, Sosuke walked on. He imagined that the very air he breathed turned grey as it made its way into his lungs. With a constant clanging of bells, streetcars busily passed to and fro in front of his eyes, yet this evening the thought of boarding one of them did not so much as cross his mind. He had forgotten how to stride towards with steady gait in step of all those around him who had moved purposefully along the street. He was a man without roots, he reflected, someone who resembled a mannequin being jerked this way and that. He began to wonder with a sense of mounting dread about his future. What would become of him if this state of affairs persisted? From all his previous experiences in life, he had taken one maxim most deeply to heart: time heals all wounds. But the night before the last, that maxim, when he had made into his personal motto, had been completely shattered. As he walked through the night, as he walked through the dark night, he was overwhelmed by an urge to escape from his present mental state. Thoroughly weak, agitated, unstable, anxious, seriously wanting in courage, and bereft of any largeness of spirit, this was how he came to see himself. Oppressed by something that weighed down heavily on his breast, all he could think about was what practical course he might adopt that might deliver him from his current predicament, the cause of which his own sins of commissions and omission were at the moment quite detached in his mind from the effect they had produced. For now he had no capacity to think about others, consumed as he was by concern for himself. Up until now he had made his way in a spirit of sheer forbearance. Time had now come for him to forge a new, active approach to life. Any kind of approach that would glibly, stated or passively absorbed simply would not do. It would have been a way of life that would shore up the core of this being. As he walked along, he kept muttering over and over to himself the word religion, but with each repetition, the word no sooner sprang out than it died away without reverberation. This religion was an ephemeral word. It left no more trace than would smoke cupped in his hands as once he had spread them open. By association with religion, was reminded of an episode long ago that had to do with Sazen. When he was in Kyoto, a classmate of his used to go to Shokokuji to sit in meditation. At the time, he had laughed at such frivolity. So out of touch with the times, he thought to himself that this classmate's everyday conduct did not appear to differ much from Sosuke. Sosuke struck him as further proof that absurdity of such pursuits. Now, all these years later, it came to him that his classmate may well have a reason not to begrudge the time spent on these sessions that was quite different from any of the frivolous ones Sosuke had imputed on him. On realizing on how callow his judgment had been, he felt deeply ashamed. If it were possible, the power of Zazen to attain the state that had long been described in terms such as at peace with oneself, confirmed in one's destiny, and the like, then he would gladly take off from work for 10 or 20 days and give it a try. When it came to the matters such as this, however, he was a rank layman and quite unable to form any clear idea of what achieving such state might entail. After finally wending his way home and seeing the familiar figures of Oyone Koroku within the usual setting of sitting room and parlor, The lamp here, the chest of drawers there, Sosuke became acutely aware of how thoroughly strange his experience over the past 4 or 5 hours had been. A small earthenware pot rested on the brazier, steam rising from the narrow gap below the lid. Beside the brazier, his regular cushion had been set out in its customary place and in front of his tray table. Staring at the circular base of his rice bowl, which had been carefully turned upside down in his absence, and the chopsticks he had grown so thoroughly used to holding in his hands every day and evening for several years, Sosuke said, "I won't be eating anything now." "Oh well, it did seem late," Oyone said, obviously disappointed. "I suppose that you would probably stop by somewhere for supper, but then, if he hasn't eaten, that would be too bad," I said to myself. Using a tea towel, he picked up the pot by the handles and placed it on the tea kettle pad and then called Kyo to remove the tray table. It was Sosuke's habit whenever something caused him to make a detour after work and delay his return to give Oyone a general account of what happened, and as soon as he was settled back home. For her part, until she had heard his account, Oyone felt somehow remiss herself. This evening, however, for the first time, Sosuke balked at explanation. He said nothing about getting off the streetcar at Kanda or stopping by at the restaurant and forcing drinks down his throat. Left in the dark, Oyone appeared keen to ply her husband with questions about this and that in her typically innocent way. "Look, there really isn't any particular reason why I'm late. I just felt like having some beef at one of the restaurants down there." "And after that, for the sake of your digestion, you walk all the way home?" "Well, yes." Visibly amused, Oyone laughed out loud. Sosuke, though, was in pain. "While I was out, did Sakai send someone down to ask me over?" "No. Why?" "Well, the night before he said something about having me up for dinner." "Again?" said Oyone, looking somewhat exasperated. Letting the matter drop, Sosuke went to bed, but in his mind, buzzed with commotion, from time to time, he opened his eyes and saw the lamp flickering dimly as always in the alcove. Oyone appeared to be sleeping soundly. Up until recently, he had been the one who slept well, while Oyone was often troubled with insomnia. Eyes shut, he felt his frayed nerves further assailed by the clear, inescapable sound of pendulum clock in the next room. At first, it struck many times in a row. Later, it struck only once. For a while, the low, muffled tone reverberated down to his earlobes, tapering off like a comet's tail. Next time, it struck twice with with an expressibly mournful gong. In the interval, the only decision Sosuke was able to come to was he must find a way to attain serenity in life. When the clock struck 3, he barely heard it at all. Of the chimes at 4, 5, and 6 o'clock, he was quite oblivious. He was aware that only the world was swelling, the heavens expanding and contracting in great waves. Like a ball dangling from a string, the earth swung to and fro in space, describing a wide arc. It was a dream orchestrated by demons. He awoke from it with a start at 7 in the morning. There was Oyone bending over him with her usual smile. The bright sun had immediately banished the dark world to some faraway place. That was the end of chapter 17. A quick break, and I'll be right back. I'm back. Alright, so what we know right now is that so in the beginning they talked about how she had like three still like she had like one miscarriage and two stillborn. Oh yeah, when I say she means I mean Oyone. And then when she went to like a fortune teller kind of person, and asked, like she was like very distraught on by the time she lost her third of third pregnancy. She asked she went to like pay money and asked this like fortune teller guy, asked him like, will I ever have children? You know, because they wanted to have children but they don't have children. Like you know, her pregnancy never lasts, and even if she gave birth to the baby the last baby that she had was like basically a stillborn, whereby the umbilical cord was wrapped around the baby's neck not once but like twice. So even though the midwife managed to like uncurl untwirl the the umbilical cord, like I guess her expectation is that it should just be like, you know, one time, but somehow it just somehow the umbilical cord was tore around the baby's neck like in two loops. So baby fucking um the baby basically did not get to breathe when came out or when they were giving birth to the baby. So she was like very distraught, obviously, understandably, and she went to um this fortune teller guy. I forgot what's the word they use for it, but something like that. And asked, "Oh, can I have children?" And then the guy said, "No, you cannot have children, unfortunately." And so then she asked why, and then he said that because you have done something very wrong towards one person in your life, and you're gonna live with that for the rest of your life or something like that. And then now I'm like piecing things together, right? So Yasui is Sosuke's friend, good friend even, right? And one time they separated, and then for a while they kind of lose contact, and then suddenly he came back to Kyoto for their studies, and then instead of staying in some some rented room, he rented a house instead of a room. And then within there, uh, Sosuke met Oyone through Yasui, and Yasui introduced Oyone to him as my little sister, my younger sister, my little sister. Uh, Sosuke did think about, oh, is it really? You know, I wonder if it's, I wonder if he's telling the truth, whether this woman, this girl is really his his sister. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, in the storytelling, the whole chapter just turned into like, oh, they did something very sinful, and like, you know, they ostracize themselves, or they get ostracized by, it's either they ostracize themselves or they get ostracized by the the society, in the people in Kyoto, that they had to like move to Hiroshima, then they had to move to Fukuoka, and stuff like that. So my first thought is, what did they do? Like did they have sex and someone found out, and then they're like, oh, they, you know, these people are like, you know, having sex without marriage, you know, the kind of thing, like kind of like scandalous thing. But I thought, like, how bad can it be? Like, I mean, I understand back in those days it's like it's scandalous, right? But then also I also think like it's other people's business. Like what, like I really didn't think much until like suddenly the whole Manchuria thing, like Mongolia thing came out, and then they mentioned about Yasui, and then immediately Sosuke's reaction is like, oh my god, no, like he doesn't want to see him because of things that he had done him wrong. And then I'm thinking, what would he done him wrong? Like if anything, he married his sister, right? Like if they are good friends, wouldn't Yasui be happy that his sister get to marry like to some good guy that he's good friends with? And then I piece it together to what Oyone fortune teller tell her that, oh, you did someone very very wrong one time, and you have to live with that for the rest of your life, so that's why you can never have children or something like that. And then I think to myself, oh, you know what? I think Oyone might not be Yasui's sister. I think Oyone might be like a fiance, but for some reason Yasui doesn't want to say that is his sister. You know? Well, we'll find out. We'll find out. Okay? We'll find out together. But yeah, even like Sosuke has avoided, uh, seems to have avoided the dinner where they were supposed to meet. So I guess I don't know. Hmm. Okay, let's see. Um, let's continue. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. For those who have just joined us, we are currently reading chapter 18 of The Gate by Natsume Soseki. With the letter of introduction tucked in his breast pocket, Sosuke passed through the temple compound's main gate. He had obtained the letter from the friend of a colleague at work. This colleague would slip a copy of Maxims for Life out of his jacket pocket and read it on the streetcar on his way to and from the office. One day, one day, one day, sorry. One day, when the two of them were sitting next to each other on the streetcar, Sosuke, who was ignorant to the text, never having had the slightest interest in such writing, had asked the colleague what he was reading. The man held up the small, yellow-bound volume for Sosuke to see, and replied that it was an odd sort of book. Sosuke inquired further about the content, apparently struggling to find the right words for a succinct reply. Colleague had remarked in a curiously offhand fashion that it had something to do with the study of Zen. This remark had stuck in Sosuke's mind. Several days prior to securing the letter of introduction, he had gone over to the colleague's desk and asked him out of the blue, "Do you practice Zen yourself?" Alarmed by the look of severe tension on Sosuke's face, the man responded evasively, "No, no. I just read a few things in my spare time." Sosuke's jaw sagged with disappointment as he went back to his desk. That very day, on the way home, he again found himself on the streetcar with the same colleague. It appeared to have dawned on the man, after his glimpse of Sosuke's earlier disappointment, that morning's question had been prompted by something deeper than a wish to make conversation, so he renewed the topic in a more sympathetic manner. He confessed that he had never actually practiced Zen himself, but if Sosuke wanted to learn more, he fortunately had an acquaintance who frequently visited a temple in Kamakura, and he could arrange an introduction. Right there, on the streetcar, Sosuke wrote the acquaintance's name. The acquaintance's name Right there on the streetcar, Sosuke wrote the acquaintance's name and address in his date book. The very next day, carrying a note from his colleague, he made a considerable detour in order to call on the man who was kind enough to compose on the spot the letter of introduction now lodged in his pocket. At the office, Sosuke had asked for 10 days sick leave. Even with Oyone, he maintained the pretext of actually being sick. My nerves are really out of sorts, he told her. I've asked for a week or so off from work so I can go somewhere and take it easy. Having recently come to suspect that not all was not well with her husband, she quietly but constantly worried about him and was privately very pleased by this uncharacteristic show of decisiveness by the normally temporizing Sosuke. Still, she was astonished by the abruptness of it all. And where do you plan to go and take it easy? She asked, wide-eyed with curiosity. Actually, I was thinking of Kamakura, he replied placidly. There being virtually no common ground between her retiring husband and the fashionable seaside town, the sudden juxtaposition of the two struck Oyone as comical, and she could not suppress a smile. My, aren't you the dandy? She said. I think you should take me with you. Sosuke felt too beleaguered to appreciate his beloved wife's humor. I'm not going anywhere fancy, he said defensively. There's a Zen temple where they will put me up. I'll stay there for a week or 10 days, just take it easy and giving my mind some rest. I don't know if this will make me feel better or not, but they say if you spend some time in a place with fresh air, it can work wonders for your nerves. It's true. I would say it's true. That's absolutely true, and you should definitely go. What I said before, I was just joking. Oyone felt a pang of genuine remorse for having made a light of her husband's plan. The next day, bearing his letter of introduction to the temple, he boarded the train at Shimbashi Terminal. On the envelope was written, "To the Reverend Brother Guido." When Sosuke's colleague's friend finished writing this letter, he made a point of explaining, "Until recently this monk served as an acolyte to the head priest, but I've heard that he has restored a retreat in one of the sub-temples and is now living in it. I'm not quite sure which one. When you arrive you can ask somebody, but I think it's the one called Isoan." Sosuke had thanked him, put the letter away, and then, before taking his leave, listened to the man's explanation of such unfamiliar terms such as acolyte and retreat. Just Just inside the main gate, tall cryptomeria trees rose up on both sides, cutting off the open sky abruptly and casting the path into deep shadow. The moment Sosuke entered into this gloomy atmosphere, he was struck by the temple's apartness from the everyday world. Standing there at the entrance to the temple precincts, he felt a chill come on, not unlike that which announced the onset of a cold. Initially, he proceeded straight along the path. Buildings were scattered about either side and ahead of him, some looking like assembly halls, others like cloisters. He saw no one coming or going. All was scoured by age and desolate in the extreme. Stopping in his tracks in the middle of the deserted path, Sosuke cast his gaze in all directions, wondering which way to turn and whom to ask about the whereabouts of the Reverend Guido. The temple compound stood in a clearing that some extended 1 or 200 yards up the mountain slope and was hemmed in from behind by a wall of dark green trees. The terrains to either side of him likewise sloped sharply downward into steep hillsides, such that there was little level ground. Sosuke spotted 2 or 3 auxiliary temples, each with its own impressive gate, rising up from stone stairway and perched at higher elevations. A good many more similar edifices, each enclosed by a hedge, were scattered across the more level portion of the compound. Sosuke approached some of the buildings and noted, hanging from the tile roof of each gate, a plaque bearing the name of the particular cloister or retreat. As he walked along, stopping to read a couple of the old plaques, now stripped of their gilding, it occurred to him that it would be more efficient to concentrate on looking for the Isoan and then, if Guido were not to be found in this retreat, to move farther into the compound and make inquiries. Retracing his steps, he inspected each and every building and eventually came upon the Isoan at the top of a long flight of stone steps that led up to the right from just inside the main gate. The retreat, it exposed front and blessed with full sun, and its rear tucked cozily into a hollow at the base of the mountain that rose up behind it, appeared well designed to keep winter at bay. Entering the retreat, Sosuke stepped into the earthen-floored kitchen, approached the shoji leading into the building proper, and called out 2 or 3 times to announce himself. No one appeared to greet him. He stood there for a while, peering at the shoji, trying to make out some sign of life inside. He waited still longer, but to no avail. There was no sign, no hint of anyone. Baffled, he went back through the kitchen and out towards the gate. Then he saw a monk climbing the stone steps, his freshly shaven head aglow with bluish hue. His pale face was that of a young man, perhaps 25 years old at most. Sosuke waited at one of the open portals at the gate and asked, "Does the Reverend Guido reside here?" "I am Guido," the young monk replied. Sosuke was pleasantly surprised. He removed the letter of introduction from his breast pocket and handed it to Guido, who read it on the spot. After folding the letter up and putting it back into the envelope, he welcomed Sosuke warmly and without further ado led him into the retreat. They deposited their cloaks on the kitchen floor, opened the shoji, and stepped inside. There was a large, square hearth sunk into the floor. Guido removed the coarse thin surplice he wore over his grey robe and hung it on a hook. "You must be very cold," he said, raking up pieces of hot charcoals from under the thick layer of ashes. The monk spoke with an ease that was rare in someone so young. The quick smile that punctuated his well-modulated utterances struck Sosuke as distinctly feminine. Wondering what fateful episode that led this man to shave his head, Sosuke felt a twinge of pity for this monk who comported himself with such gentility. "It seems very quiet today," he said. "Has everyone gone out?" "No, it's like this every day. I'm the only one here. I don't even bother locking up when I have an errand to do. I just leave the place open. I was out on an errand just now. That's why I was regrettably not here to greet you when you arrived. Do please forgive me." Thus did Guido offer his guest a formal apology for his absence. Sosuke realized that his arrival could only add to the considerable burden on this monk, charged as he was with looking for the large retreat all by himself. His face betrayed some embarrassment. "Oh, you mustn't concern on my account. It's all for the sake of the way." Guido's words conveyed so much grace. He went on to explain that at the present, besides Sosuke, there was one other layman in residence whom he had been looking after. Evidently, it had already been 2 years since the man first arrived in the compound. When 2 or 3 days later Sosuke first encountered this layman, he turned out to be an easygoing fellow with the face of a playful arhat. Arhat? At the moment he was dangling a bunch of daikon, which he presented as a special treat. He had Guido boil and serve the white radishes at a meal for the 3 of them. This layman had such a monkish look about him that as Guido laughingly related, he managed to insinuate himself from time to time to clerical ranks in the ceremonial feasts offered up in the town by the faithful. Sosuke heard a good deal about the other laymen who came to the temple for training. Among them was a seller of writing brushes and ink who, 3 or 4 weeks at a stretch, would make his round on foot with a load of goods strapped on his back. When he had sold nearly all of his stocks, he would return to the temple and resume his life of meditation. In due time, when the wherewithal to buy his meals were depleted, he would pack up some new supply of brushes and ink and go back to the road. These two facets of his life alternated with a certain mathematical inevitability, apparently without his ever finding it monotonous. When Sosuke compared the everyday lives of these people, seemingly so free from petty obsessions, with the present state of his own inner life, he was dismayed by the glaring disparity. Were they able to practice Zazen in this way because they led such carefree lives, or had their minds become carefree as a result of their practice? He could not tell which. It's certainly not a matter of being carefree, said Guido. If it could all be done as a kind of a pleasant pastime, we wouldn't have all these devoted monks suffering through 20, 30 years of wandering from one temple to the other. The monk proceeded to offer him some basic guidance for Zazen, followed by a general description of what it was like to rack one's brain morning, noon, and night over a koan posed by the master, all of which was deeply unsettling for Sosuke. Guido then stood up and said, "Let me show you to you." The monk led Sosuke away from the hearth, across the sanctuary, then along the veranda a few steps to some shoji that gave onto a six-mat room. At that moment, Sosuke felt for the first time how far from home his solitary journey had taken him, yet his mind was still more agitated than it had been in the city, perhaps because of the very tranquillity of his surroundings. After what seemed like an hour or more, he heard Guido's footsteps reverberating again from the direction of the sanctuary. Kneeling deferentially at the threshold to Sosuke's room, the monk said, "I believe the master is prepared to conduct an interview. Let us go now, if it's convenient for you." Leaving the retreat vacant, they set out together, proceeding up the main path 100 yards or so farther into the compound. They came to a lotus pond on the left-hand side. With nothing growing in this chilly season, the stagnant pond was murky and devoid of anything that might have conveyed a sense of purity and enlightenment. But across the pond, a glimpse of a pavilion ringed by a rail of veranda and backing into a rocky cliff presented rustic sense of the sort depicted in paintings of the literati style. "That is where the master resides," said Guido, pointing at the edifice, which appeared to be of relatively recent construction. Skirting the shore of the pond, the two of them climbed 5 or 6 flights of stone steps. At the top, with the structure massive roof towering above them, they made a sharp turn to the left. As they approached the entranceway, Guido excused himself and made his way to the rear entrance. Presently, he re-emerged through the front door, ushered Sosuke in, and led him into the room where master was seated. The master looked to be around 50 years old. His ruddy face had a healthy glow. His smooth skin and taut muscle, without a wrinkle or sag, suggested a bronze statue and made a deep impression on Sosuke. Only his lips, which were exceedingly thick, revealed a hint of slackness. But this small detail was obliterated by a vibrancy that flashed from the master's eyes, the likes of which were not to be seen in any ordinary man. Encountering this look for the first time was for Sosuke to glimpse a naked blade glinting in the dark. "Well, it's really all the same, wherever you begin," said the master as he turned towards Sosuke. "Your original face prior to your parents' birth, what is that? Why not mull over one bit? Oh, why not mull over this one bit?" Sosuke was not at all sure about the prior to your parents' birth part, but concluded that at any rate the idea was to grasp the essence of what, finally, this thing called the self is. He was too ignorant of Zen even to ask for further clarification. Along with Guido, he withdrew in silence and returned to the Isoan. Over dinner, Guido explained to Sosuke that consultation with the master took place once in the morning and once in the evening, and that at noon there were sessions known as the exposition of principle. It may turn out that you won't have reached a proper understanding by the consultation time tonight, he added solicitously, and so perhaps I could take you to the master tomorrow morning, or even in the evening. Guido then asked him that since it would initially be difficult to remain sitting in the meditation for a long stretch, it might be a good idea for Sosuke to light an incense stick in his room as a sort of timer to signal moments in which to take a little breaks between his meditation sessions. Incense in hand, Sosuke passed the sanctuary, entered the six-mat room assigned to him, and sat down on tatami in something of a daze. He was underwhelmed. He was overwhelmed. No. Jesus. He was overwhelmed by a sense of how utterly removed this so-called koan were from the reality of his present life. Suppose I was suffering at this moment from a stomachache, he put it to himself. So I go off somewhere in search of relief from the pain, and I'm presented with, of all things, a difficult mathematical problem. And I'm told, oh, here's something for you to mull over. The situation he faced now was no different from this. Mull it over? Alright. He could certainly do that, but to do it before his stomach ache had let up was asking entirely too much. Nevertheless, he had taken a leave of absence and came all this way, and even if only out of consideration for the man who had written him the introduction, and now for this Guido who was doing so much to look after him, he could not act rashly. He resolved to summon up whatever courage he could in his present state and face the koan head on. Sosuke himself had absolutely no idea where such efforts might lead him or what effects they might produce deep within. Beguiled by the enticing word satori, he had embarked with uncharacteristic boldness on a most challenging venture. Even now he clung on to the tenuous hope that his venture would succeed, and that he might just be delivered from the weakness, instability, anxiety that assailed him. He propped up a slender incense stick in the coal ashes inside the brazier and set it smoldering, then sat on a cushion and folded his legs as he had been taught into half lotus position. After the sun set, his room, which had not seemed particularly cold by day, suddenly turned frigid. Temperature fell low enough to send shivers up and down his spine as he sat. Sosuke pondered, but it was all so nebulous that he did not know whether to begin by considering a general approach to take in his thoughts or proceed directly the concrete problem assigned to him. He began to wonder if he had not come on a wild goose chase. He felt like someone who, having set out to lend a hand to a friend whose house had burned down, instead of consulting a map and traveling by the most direct route, gets caught up in some totally irrelevant diversion. All manner of things drifted into his mind, some of which were clearly visible in his mind's eye, others amorphous passed by like so many clouds. It was impossible to determine whence they had arisen and where they were headed. Some would fade away to be replaced by the others. The process repeated itself endlessly. The traffic courses through the space inside the head was boundless, incalculable, inexhaustible. No command from Sosuke could possibly put a stop to it, or even momentarily arrest it. The harder he tried to shut it off, the more copiously it poured forth. In a panic, he recalled his everyday self and looked around the room, which was lit only by a dim lamp. The incense stick propped up amidst the ashes had burned down only halfway. He became aware, as never before, how terrifyingly time prolonged itself. Once again, Sosuke pondered. Immediately, objects of all shapes and colors began to pass through his mind. They moved along like an army of ants, which, having passed by, was promptly followed by another. Only Sosuke's body remained still, his consciousness his conscious being was forever on the move, an excruciating, unremitting, almost unbearable motion. His body, rigid from the meditation, began to ache, starting with his kneecap. His spine, which he kept ramrod straight, began to bend forward. Sosuke took hold of his left foot with both hands at the instep and lowered it. He got to his feet and stood aimlessly in the middle of the room. He felt the urge to open the shoji, step outside, and simply walk about in the front gate. The night was still. It did not seem possible that anyone was around, asleep or awake. He lost the courage to go outside. Yet the prospect of just sitting there and being tormented by demonic phantasm was terrifying. Resolutely, he propped out another stick of incense and proceeded to repeat more or less the same sequence he had gone through before. In the end, he reasoned that if the main point of this was ponder the koan in question, it could not make such difference whether he pondered when sitting or when lying down. Taking the soiled futon from where it lay folded in the corner, he spread it out and burrowed under the covers. At this, worn out from his exertions, without a moment's pause in which to ponder anything, he fell into deep sleep. When Sosuke awoke, the shoji near his pillow was already lit up, hinting at the sun's bright ray that would soon be cast on the white paper. Naturally, at this mountain temple where the day everything was left deserted and unlocked, he had not heard any sound of the retreat being shuttered at the night before. The very instant he became aware that he was not lying in his dark room at the base of the embankment below Sakai, he got up and went out to the veranda where the giant cactus growing to the eaves loomed before his eyes. From there, he retraced yesterday's steps, past the altar in the sanctuary, and back to the anteroom with the sunken hearth, where he had first entered upon his arrival. Guido's supplies was hanging from the same hook before. The monk himself was in the kitchen, crouched down in front of a stove in which he was building a fire. "Good morning," Guido greeted Sosuke cordially as soon as he saw him. "I was going to invite you along earlier, but you seemed to be sleeping so peacefully that I took the liberty of going without you." Sosuke learned that the young monk had completed the first zazen session by dawn, and then returned to the retreat in order to prepare rice. On closer inspection, he noted that Guido, as he was kindling into the fire with his left hand, was holding up on his right a book with black binding, to which he redirected his attention at every available moment. The book bore the imposing title Heki Ganraku. So Sosuke wondered to himself if, instead of getting trapped in his own random thoughts as he had the previous night and overtaxing his mind, would it not be a lot simpler to borrow a standard text used in this denomination and get the gist of it by reading? But when he suggested this course to Guido, the monk rejected it out of hand. "Reading over text is no good at all," he said. "In fact, to be honest, there is no greater obstacle to the true spiritual practice than reading. Even people like me, who have gotten to a certain stage, we may read Hekiganroku, but as soon as the text goes beyond our level, we don't have a clue. And once you get into the habit of jumping into conclusion on the basis of something that you have read, it becomes a real stumbling block when you sit down to meditate. You start imagining realms beyond the one that you belong. You eagerly wait for the enlightenment, and just when you should be forging ahead with all deliberate speed, you run up against the wall. Reading things is a snare. and a delusion, and you should just forget about it. If you feel you absolutely must read something, then I suggest a work like Incentives to Breaking Zen Barriers. It will inspire you to greater commitment. Still, it's something you read for the sake of reinforcing that commitment without imagining it has anything to do with the way. Sosuke did not really understand what Guido meant, but he was aware that standing here in front of this youthful monk with the bluish bald head made him feel like a dim-witted child. His once overweening pride had long ago been ground down into nothing ever since the events of Kyoto. From that time on until this day, he had accepted his ordinary lot and lived accordingly. All thoughts of achieving worldly distinction had been expunged from his heart. He stood before Guido simply as the person that he was. He was forced to recognize moreover that in this place he was no better than, than an infant, far weaker, still more witless than in his ordinary life. This came as a revelation to him, one that eradicated the last vestige of his self-respect. While Guido extinguished the flames in the stove and waited for the rice to finish steaming, Sosuke stepped out from the kitchen into the temple grounds and washed his face in the well. Directly ahead of him rose a tree-covered hill. At its base a small plot had been leveled for a vegetable garden. His face still dripping in the cold wind, Sosuke made a detour to inspect the garden. Once there, he saw that a large grotto had been carved out of the bottom of the cliff. He stood there for a spell, peering into a dark recess. When he returned to the anteroom, for a warm fire burned in the sunken hearth, and the iron kettle was on the boil. I prepared things on my own, you see, and breakfast tend to be late, but I'll bring you your tray in a moment, Ito said apologetically. And being way out here, I'm afraid it's pretty poor fare we can offer you. I'll try to make up for I'll try to make up for it by treating you to a proper bath tomorrow, hopefully. Sosuke gratefully took a seat on the other side of the hearth. Presently, breakfast over, he found himself back in his room with his attention riveted on the singular question that confronted him. What was his original face before his parents were born? Since the problem defied rational thought, however, it was impossible to begin by extrapolating from what had been given. No matter how hard he pondered, he could not get a handle on it. He soon tired of pondering. It occurred to him that he really should write to Oyone to let her know that he had arrived safely. With palpable delight at this ordinary task begun, he hastened to remove a roll of writing paper and an envelope from his satchel and began to write to his wife. As he proceeded to write about one thing and another, how quiet it was here. To start with, how much warmer than it was in Tokyo. Perhaps because the sea was so close, and how fresh the air was, and how nice the monk, the one he had the introduction to, how unappetizing the food, how rudimentary the bedding. He had before he knew it used up more than 3 feet of writing paper, at which point he lay down his brush. But he struggled with the koan, of the pain in his knee joints from sitting in meditation, of his sense that his nervous disorder was only made worse by all this pondering. He wrote not a single word. On the pretext of having to get the letter stamped and posted, he immediately left the temple compound. After wandering about town, some haunted all the way by thoughts of his original face, of Oyone, and of Yasui, he returned to the retreat. At the noon meal, Sosuke met the lay practitioner Guido had spoken to. Every time the man passed his bowl to Guido for more rice, he refrained from making any deferential request, and simply pressed his palm together in thanks and expressed his other needs with hand gestures. To receive one's meals in silence this fashion, it was explained to Sosuke, was in keeping with the Dharma. The guiding principle here apparently was that to speak or make more noise than necessary would interfere with the process of meditation. Witnessing such exemplary seriousness, he felt rather ashamed of the way he had been conducting himself since the previous evening. After which, the three of them sat talking a while. The lay practitioner told him that once, while engaged in meditation, he had fallen asleep unawares. The moment he regained consciousness, he had rejoiced at his sudden enlightenment, only to realize on opening his eyes, alas, he was his own. He was his same old self. Sosuke had to laugh. He was relieved to see that one could approach Zen with lightheartedness of this sort. But as the three of them parted to return to their respective quarters, Guido simply urged him on. I'll let you know when it's time for dinner. Please apply yourself to your meditation until then. At this, Sosuke felt a renewed sense of obligation. He returned to his room with a queasy feeling, as though he had swallowed a hard dumpling that now lodged undigested in his stomach. Again, he lit a stick of incense and began his sitting. Distracted by the nagging thought that he had to equip himself with some sort of response to the koan, no matter what it was, he eventually lost all concentration and ended up simply wishing Guido's early approach from the sanctuary to summon him to dinner. Amidst all his anguish and fatigue, the sun sank low in the sky. As the light reflected on the shoji slowly faded away, the air inside the temple turned chilly from the floor upward. From early in the day, no breeze had stirred in the branches. Sosuke went out. Sosuke went out on the veranda, gazed up at the high eaves beyond the long row of black tiles, their front edges perfectly lined. They watched the tranquil sky unfold, the pale blue light within itself until both the sky and light faded away. Okay, that was the end of chapter 18. 18. So so I don't know if you guys start meditation before. I tried it, and it really is like what they say. Hang on. Anyway, yeah. For anyone who has tried meditation, it really is the way it's described. You try not to think about anything, but the more you try not to think about anything, the more you think about various things. Sometimes it just gets super overwhelming, and the description of the meditation is very, very, very accurate. This is exactly why I love Natsume Soseki. Whatever that he writes, it's relevant, regardless time. It's insane. Anyway, um, anyway, let's continue with chapter 19. Chapter 19. Okay, let's go. We're currently reading chapter 19, The Gate, by Natsume Soseki. Chapter 19. Please watch your step. Kido led the way down the stone steps in the dark, with Sosuke following a pace behind. Here, away from the city lights, the footing by night was uncertain, and the monk carried a lantern to illuminate their 100-yard passage through the compound. They reached level ground at the bottom of the stone steps, where tall trees thrust out their branches from left and right, blocking out the sky, seeming close to grazing the top of their heads. Dark as it was, the green of the leaves was still visible. It all but soaked into the weave of their clothing and sent chill through Sosuke. The lantern itself seemed to emit the same color of light, and in contrast, the mighty tree trunk that it managed to bring in the outline looked exceedingly small. The faint light cast on the ground was no more than a few feet in diameter, a small pale gray disc bobbing along with them in the dark, paced the lotus pond. They turned left and climbed up towards the master's residence. There was the going become rough for Sosuke, who was making the trek for the first time at night. At a couple of points, the front edge of his cloak struck against the exposed surface of, of buried rocks. Guido knew of a shortcut that, before reaching the pond, led straight into the residence, but the ground there was still rougher, and on Sosuke's account, he had chosen the more roundabout path. Once inside the entryway, Sosuke detected a good many clocks strewn about the dimly lit earthen floor. Bending low, he proceeded to thread his way through the footwear and step into an 8-mat room. Alongside one wall, 6 or 7 men had seated themselves deferentially at right angles to the corridor leading them from the entrance to the master's quarter. Few of them had the gleaming bald heads and black robes of monks. Most of them were dressed as laymen, although in formal hakama. Not a word was spoken. Sosuke stole a glance at the men, only to be arrested by the severity of their faces. Their mouths were hard set, their brows closely knit in concentration. They appeared heedless of whoever was next to them, and oblivious to anyone entering from the outside, no matter what manner of man he might be. With the bearing of living statues, they sat utterly still in this room, in which no fire brought warmth. To Sosuke's mind, these figures had even greater austerity to the already frigid atmosphere of the mountain temple. After a while, the sound footstep filtered into the desolate silence. At first, a faint echo, the tread of it on the wooden floor, grew steadier and heavier as they approached the area where Sosuke was sitting. Then, all of a sudden, the figure of solitary monk loomed in the doorway leading to the corridor. The monk moved past Sosuke and without a word exited the temple into the darkness. Just then, a small bell tinkled from somewhere deep in. At this, one of the laymen wearing a hakama of sturdy kokura cloth stood up from the row of men seated solemnly with Sosuke alongside the wall. He crossed over silently to the to the corner of the room and sat down directly in front of the open doorway to the corridor. Next to where he sat, within a wooden frame about 2 feet tall and 1 foot wide, there hung a gong-shaped metal project that was, however, too thick and heavy to be ordinary gong. It glowed a midnight blue in the scant light. The man in the hakama picked up the wooden hammer from the stand and struck the center of the gong-shaped bell twice. Then he stood up, passed through the corridor and advanced down the corridor. Passed through the doorway and advanced down the corridor. Now, in the reverse of the previous pattern, as the footsteps moved deeper into the temple interior, they grew fainter and fainter and ultimately died out. They still seated firmly in his place, Sosuke was inwardly shaken. He tried to picture himself what momentous things might be happening to the man in the hakama right now, but throughout the temple confines, complete silence prevailed. Among those who sat in a row with him, no one moved even a single facial muscle. Only Sosuke's mind stirred, with imagining of what might be occurring in the temple's inner recesses. All of a sudden, the handbell rang again in his ears, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps along the length of the corridor. The man in the hakama appeared in the doorway, crossed over the entrance without a word, and vanished across the air. The man whose turn was next stood up, struck the gong like bell as before, and marched down the corridor. Right, and marched off down the corridor. Hands planted formally on his knees, Sosuke waited his turn. Shortly after, the second to last man in line before Sosuke had gone to take his turn, a loud shout resounded from down the corridor. Because of the distance, the sound was not so loud as to strike Sosuke's eardrum. Any great force, but it reverberated enough to bespeak a mighty upwelling of righteous indignation. The tone was so distinctive that there was only one person in from those throats it could have issued. The very last man in front of him stood up, Sosuke gripped by the consciousness that his turn was next. Lost most of what little composure he had left, he had prepared a kind of response to the koan he had been assigned to the other day. The best he could come up with, still, it was exceedingly tentative and flimsy, nothing more, really, than an empty phrase concocted for the occasion, composed of words meant to convey semblance of assurance where there was in fact none, in order to demonstrate some capacity for discernment when he found himself in the master's presence. Not that it occurred to Sosuke in his wildest dream that he would be lucky to escape his predicament with this pathetic rehearsed response, nor, of course, he had any intention of putting something over on the master. By this point he had become a good deal more earnest than when he first arrived. He felt quite mortified to find himself in the false position of appearing before the master simply out of the sense of obligation, with nothing to offer but vague words that had popped into his head, as if serving someone a sketch of rice cake instead of the real thing. Sosuke struck the gong bell in the same fashion as those before him. He was fully aware that he was not qualified to wield the same hammer as the others. He was filled with self-loathing at how he had simply gone ahead and mimicked them like a tame monkey. Dreading in his heart his own weak self, he went through the doorway and started down the corridor. It was a long way. The rooms to his right were dark. After turning two corners, he saw lamplights coming through a shoji at the very end of the corridor. He advanced to the threshold of that room and came to a halt. The protocol for such audiences was a triple kowtow to the master before entering. The supplicant bowed as he would in the course of an ordinary greeting, with his head nearly touching the tatami, while at the same time placing his hand palm up or either by his sides, and then raising them up to the ear level as if reverently presenting an offering. Kneeling at a threshold, Sosuke performed the first kowtow according to the prescribed form. From within the room came the command, "One will suffice." One will suffice. Dispensing the protocol, he entered the room. The only light came from the single dim lamp, so dim that he could not even read relatively large characters by it. Sosuke could not recall having ever seen anyone function at night with the sole aid of such paltry lamplight. Although naturally stronger than moonlight and not of such bluish hue, it did have the lunar quality of looking as though it might vanish behind murky clouds at any moment. In this indistinct light, 4 or 5 feet straight ahead of him, Sosuke could make out the figures of one whom Guido called Roshi. His face had the same cast-in metal impassiveness and color as before. His entire body was wrapped in investments of the color of tannin and persimmon or tea. His hands and feet were out of view. He appeared in a flash only from the neck top. His countenance, which possessed an utmost solemnity and tension that conveyed imperviousness to time, was riveting, and his head was perfectly smooth shaven. Seated in front of this face, the spiritless Sosuke exhausted what he had to say in a single phrase. The response was immediate. "You'll have to come up with something sharper than that," the voice boomed. "Anybody with even a bit of learning could blurt out what you just did." Sosuke withdrew from the room like a dog from a house in mourning. From behind him reverberated a vehement ringing of the. That was the end of chapter 19. Yeah, these next few chapters are gonna be like quite short, and we are ending at chapter 23. So yeah, it's not gonna take a lot. I'll probably okay, let's go. Let's continue. Sip of water. Anyone who has been joining us, we are currently reading Natsume Soseki Gate, chapter 20. From the other side of the shoji, a voice called out, "Nonaka-san? Nonaka-san?" Still half asleep, Sosuke was sure that he had answered this call, yet, before uttering a response, he had in fact lost consciousness and fallen back into sleep. Later, when he was awakened for a second time, he leapt to his feet in consternation. Going out onto the veranda, he found Guido clad in a grey robe with sleeves tied up to his hands, energetically wiping down the floor. As he squeezed out a wet rag in his benumbed red hand, the monk said good morning, Sosuke with his customary smile. Again this morning, the first meditation long since over, he had been busy attending to his chores around the retreat. Reflecting on his indolence, staying in bed even after attempts had been made to awake him, Sosuke felt utterly ashamed. "I'm sorry I overslept again today," he said, as he sidled away from the kitchen door towards the well. He drew some cold water and washed his face as quickly as possible. His beard has grown out enough for his cheeks to feel prickly to the touch, but he had no room for his head to bother about such things. He brooded ceaselessly over the contrast between Guido and himself. The day Sosuke had received his letter of introduction, he had been told only what a decent man this monk was, but also how advanced he was in the practice of the discipline. And yet, Guido turned out to be as self-deprecating as some unlettered lackey. To see him like this, sleeves rolled up, scrubbing away, surely no one would imagine that he was a master of his own retreat. He looked more like some temple bookkeeper than, or at most, a postulant. Prior to this dwarfish young man's ordination, while still lay a practitioner, had evidently sat in the lotus position 7 days straight without moving a muscle. Pain in his legs was such that he could hardly stand up. Eventually, he could only make his way to privy by leaning against a wall. At the time, he was working as a sculptor. At the time, he was working as a sculptor. On the day he was enlightened in his true name, he was dashed up to the hill behind the temple in excess of joy and shouted in a loud voice, "Everything on earth, plants and trees, mountains and streams, without exception, they enter into Buddhahood." It's only then that he shaved his head. Ito told Sosuke that it had been 2 years since he had been entrusted with his retreat, but that he had yet to sleep in a proper bed with his legs stretched out comfortably. Even in winter, he said, he slept sitting up, fully clothed, leaning back against the wall. But he was still an acolyte, he added. He had even had to wash the master's loincloth. In those days, whenever he managed to steal some time from his chores to sit and meditate, someone would sneak up behind him and play some nasty trick, and people were always saying vicious things about him, such that during his novitiate, he often found himself reproaching the ill fate that had landed him in a monastery. "It's only lately that things have gotten a little easier," he said, "but I still have a long road ahead. Sticking to the practice is a tough business. If there was an easy way to go about it, I wouldn't be so foolish as to keep slaving away like this for 10 or 20 years." Either account left Sosuke in a demoralized fog. Besides the frustration over his own lack of commitment and spiritual resources, there was the obvious but unanswerable question of why, if success in this area required so much time, he had come to a temple in the first place. "You mustn't think that what you are doing is a waste of time," said Guido. 10 minutes of meditation yields 10 minutes worth of achievement, of course, and 20 minutes of meditation doubles the merit you accrue. And once you have made the initial breakthrough, you can continue your practice without having to keep coming back here all the time. Sosuke. Oops. So, Sosuke felt duty-bound to return to his room and meditate again. He was greatly relieved when he was thus engaged. Ido came to announce that it was time for the exposition of principle. There was nothing but misery in sitting here rooted to the spot, agonizing over a conundrum that was as hard to grasp as a bald man was by the hair. Rather than this, any sort of active physical exertion was preferable, no matter how much energy it might require. He simply wanted to move. The location for this event was as far from the retreat as was to the master's temple. Some 100 yards away, he reached it by once again passing through the lotus pond, then instead of turning left, following path straight ahead to where the building stood, its majestic roof tiles soaring among the pines above, high above. Ido carried a black-bound book in his breast pocket. Sosuke had naturally nothing to bring. He had not even known until he came here that exposition of principles meant something like what in school would be called a lecture. The high-ceilinged hall was surprisingly spacious and very cold. The faded tatami blended with the ancient columns in the manner of redolent of the distant past. The people seated here all appropriately subdued. Although everyone had sat down wherever he pleased in no particular order, there was no noisy conversation, and not so much as a chuckle to be heard. The monks, wearing vestments of navy blue hemp, sat in 2 rows facing one another, arrayed in either side of the barrel-back officiant chair that was placed front and center. The chair was painted vermilion. Presently the master appeared. Sosuke, who had been staring down at the tatami, had no idea that he had come in or what path he had taken to cross the room. He only noticed the master when his impressive figure was already perched, utterly serene, in the officiant chair. He then watched a young monk standing close to the chair, undid their purple silk wrapping, produced a book, which he proceeded to set down reverently on the table. Sosuke followed the monk with his eyes, as he made a deep bow and retreated. At this point, all of the monks in the congregation pressed their palms together and began to recite testimony admonitions of Muso Kokushi. The lay congregants who were scattered near, near Sosuke all joined in at the same droning pitch. The recitation had a melody-like rhythm to it and sounded somewhere in between sutra chanting and normal speech. Among my students, there were three grades: those who can be said to have gone the limit, who have cast off all bonds with others and have single-mindedly examined themselves. They are known as the highest grade. Those who practice after discipline is not pure, who indulge in eclectic studies, they term them middle grade. The passage was not very long. Sosuke had at first not known who Muso Kokushi was, but he learned from Gido that Muso and Daito Kokushi were the patriarchs responsible for the resurgence of Zen school. Gido went on to tell him about how Daito had been lame in the one leg and unable through the years to sit in the lotus position. He was so exasperated by this failing that shortly before he died, determined to force his body to do his bidding, he wrenched his leg until it broke and finally assumed the full lotus position, spilling blood in the process to soak his robe. Presently, the recitation proper began. Ito removed the black bound volume from his pocket and opened it and slid it over the tatami where Sosuke could see the first page. The work was entitled The Inextinguishable Light of Our School. Gido had explained to Sosuke when he first inquired about the book that it was an especially suitable work for him. According to the monk, it had been compiled by the disciple of Abbot Hakuin, an eminent priest named Tore or the Light, with the purpose of presenting in proper order the various stages of Zen training, from the most basic to the most advanced, along the psychological states that accompanied each stage. Sosuke's visit to the temple had come in the middle of this recitation series, and he found it difficult to absorb everything that was said. The speaker was articulate, however, and Sosuke, as he listened in passive silence, found many things of interest. Clearly, with the aim of spurring on earnest novices, the recitations regularly included anecdotes about Zen adepts who struggled mightily along the way, thus lending some spice to this exposition. Today's sessions had been proceeded in this fashion up until a certain point when, changing his tone abruptly, the master launched into a denunciation of those who manifested a lack of sincere commitment in the course of his individual interviews. Just recently, he said, there was someone who actually complained in my presence that even now, in this place, he was under the sway of the illusion. Sosuke shuddered in spite of himself, for he, in fact, was the one who made such a complaint during his interview. An hour later, as they returned together side by side, Gido said to him, the master often interrupts the recitations with cutting remarks about novices' indiscretions during their interviews. Sosuke said nothing in reply. Man, this place is intense, bro. Okay. Chapter 21. That was the end of chapter 20. Now, without further ado, whoa. Now, without further ado, let us continue chapter 21. We are almost done, actually. Be patient. Be patient. Then, for those who had just joined us, we're currently reading chapter 21 of Gate. Natsume. There, amid the temple grounds, the days came and went, and one after another. During the time, two longish letters arrived from Oyone. Naturally, none of them contained anything untoward and unsettling. Deeply as he cared for his wife, Sosuke procrastinated over answering her letters. Were he to decide to leave the temple without having resolved the riddle that had been posed to him, his journey would have been for naught, and he would be unable to look Guido in the face. Every waking moment in the indescribable burden of these worries weighed on him relentlessly. The more times he saw the nun, the more the more sorry, the more time he saw the sun, the more times he saw the sunrise and set over the temple compound, the more anxious he became, like a quarry closely pursued. Yet he could think of no solution to the riddle other than the one that he had first proposed. And no matter how thoroughly he considered other possibilities, he remained convinced that this is the only one. Still, he had arrived at this conclusion that simple ratiocination, and it hardly seemed fitting. When he tried to erase this one sure solution from the picture in order to see what compelling alternative might present itself, however, nothing whatsoever came to mind. He pondered alone in his room. When he grew tired, he went out and through the kitchen to the vegetable garden. Then he entered the grotto that had been carved out of the base of a cliff and stood there absolutely motionless. Guido told him that he mustn't allow himself to be distracted. Rather, what he must do was to focus his attention ever more closely until his concentration was rigidly fixed, and he himself became like a rod of iron. The more Sosuke listened to exhortations like this, the more impossible it seemed to him that he would ever reach such state. Your problem, Guido said another time, is that your head is always already full of the notion of getting it over and done with, and that won't work. His words paralyzed Sosuke even further. Suddenly, he began to think again about the return of Yasui. If he were to become a constant visitor at the Sakais and not go back to Manchuria for some time, the most prudent course for the couple would be to vacate their rented house immediately and move somewhere else. He could not help asking himself if, instead of idling his time away here, it wouldn't make more sense for him to return to Tokyo right away and prepare to relocate if necessary. If it were to happen that while he was stealing away here at the temple, the news of Yasui's return reached Oyone, this would, he realized, greatly aggravate the matters. With the air of a man at the end of the tether, he sought out Guido and said, "It doesn't seem remotely possible that enlightenment will come to someone like me." This declaration was made 2 or 3 days before Sosuke, in fact, went home. "No, that is not true," the monk replied without a moment's hesitation. "Anyone with true conviction can be enlightened. You should try approaching it with the same rigid fixation as those drum beatings Nichirenates. When you have been totally permeated from the koan, from the crown of your skull to the tip of your toes, a new cosmos will manifest itself in a flash before your eyes." With a deep sadness, Sosuke acknowledged to himself that neither his circumstances in his life nor his temperament would permit him to act with such blind ferocity. Never in his entire life, let alone in the few days that remained for him at the temple. It had been his firm intention to excise from his life the net of complication that had enmeshed him of late, but this wandering off to a mountain temple and turned out to be nothing but a fool's errand. This was the conclusion that he came to privately, but it was not in him to reveal it to Guido. His heart was too full of admiration to this young Zen monk for his courage and passion, dedication, kindness. There is a saying, the way is near, yet we must seek it from afar. And it's true, said Guido ruefully. It's right in front of our nose, and yet we just can't see it. Sosuke withdrew to his room and set up more sticks of incense. Regrettably, this state of things prevailed until it was time for him to leave the temple. No new life opened up for him. On the day of his departure, Sosuke freely and without reserve gave up any lingering hope of realizing his goal. You have been a great help to me through all this, he said to Guido as he bade him goodbye. It's really too bad, but things could not have turned out any other way. I doubt that I'll have any chance to see you anytime soon. I wish you all the best. I've been hardly any help at all, Guido said, his tone most consoling. Everything just rough and ready, you know. You must have been very uncomfortable. I assure you though, even the amount of meditating you have managed to do this time makes a difference. And your having resolved to come here was a worthy accomplishment in itself. Nevertheless, Sosuke keenly felt that he had nearly wasted a lot of time. The monk's efforts to put the best construction possible on it only served as a further reminder of his own weakness, and though saying nothing, he felt deeply ashamed. The time it takes to reach enlightenment depends on the individual's temperament, said Guido. Whether you get there quickly or get there slowly has no bearing on the quality of the experience. There are those who break through with no trouble at all, only to be blocked after that from developing further. There are others who take a long time getting through the initial steps, but once they do, experience lasting joy. You absolutely must not give up hope. The main thing is to stay passionately committed. Look at someone like the late Abbot Kosen. He was a Confucian scholar and already middle-aged when he began to practice Zen. After he had spent 3 whole years as a monk without getting past the first precept, he said, "It is because my sins are heavy and I have not been enlightened," and went so far as to bow down humbly to the outhouse every day. But see what a wise man he turned out to be. This is one of various encouraging examples I could mention. It was apparent that telling of such anecdotes was Guido's way of trying to fortify Sosuke against renouncing all further pursuits of this path as soon as he was back in Tokyo. He heard the monk out respectfully, but inwardly felt that this great opportunity had already more or less slipped away from him. He had come here expecting the gate to be open for him. But when he knocked, the gatekeeper, wherever he stood behind the high portals, had not so much as showed his face. Only a disembodied voice could be heard. "It does no good to knock. Open the gate for yourself and enter." Oh, fuck. Sorry. It's good. This is great. But how, he wondered, could he unbar the gates from the outside? Mentally, he devised a scheme involving various measures and steps, but when it came to it, he found himself unable to summon the strength to put his scheme into effect. He was standing in the very same place he had stood before even beginning to ponder the problem. As before, he found himself stranded without resources or recourse in front of the closed portals he had been living from day to day in accordance with his own capacity for reason. Now to his chagrin, he could see that this capacity had become a curse. At one extreme, he had come to envy the the obstinate single-mindedness of the simpletons for whom the possibility of discriminating among several options did not arise. At the other end of the spectrum, he viewed with awe the advanced spiritual self-discipline of those lay believers, both men and women, who abandoned conventional wisdom and did away with the distractions with analytical thought. It appeared to Sosuke that from the moment of his birth it was his fate to remain standing indefinitely outside the gate. It was an indisputable fact. Yet, if if it were to be if it were true that, no matter what, he was never meant to pass through this gate, there was something quite absurd about his having approached it in the first place. He looked back. He saw that he lacked the courage to retrace his steps. He looked ahead. The way was forever blocked by firmly closed portals. He was someone destined to pass through the gate, nor to be satisfied with never having passed through it. He was one of those unfortunate souls, fated to stand in the gate's shadow, frozen in his tracks until the day was done. Just before his departure, Sosuke, accompanied by Kido, paid a brief visit to the master to take his leave. The master took them out. The master took them out onto the railed veranda of the room overlooking the lotus pond. Kido went into the connecting room and returned with tea. It will still be cold in Tokyo, Master said. When people leave after they have started to get a hang of it, they find things go easier for them back home. But, well, it's too bad. After politely thanking the master for these parting words, Sosuke exited the temple's main gate, the one by which he had entered 10 days earlier. Dense grove of cryptomeria, still locked in winter's embrace, bore down on its tiles and entered darkly behind him. That was end of chapter 20. We have 2 chapters to go, then the end of it. Just like go through this line again and think how awesome it is. It does no good to knock. Open the gate for yourself and enter. Sosuke got burned. Okay. Let's continue with chapter 3. For those who have just joined us, we are currently reading chapter 22 by Off the Gate by Natsume Soseki. One second. Chapter 22. Reinstalled within the 4 walls of his house, Sosuke cut a pitiful figure, even in his own eyes. For the past 10 days, he had simply doused his hair with cold water every morning, and not so much as pass a comb through it. His face, of course, remained unshaven. Thanks to Guido's kindness, he had properly held rice to eat at every meal, but the side dish had been limited to boiled greens, boiled daikon, and the likes. His face had taken on a distinct pallor and was much more emaciated than before his departure. At the temple he had become accustomed to endless pondering, and indeed felt something like a hen brooding her eggs. His thoughts no longer flowed in normal, spontaneous fashion. There was, however, one subject to which his thoughts would quickly revert, that of the Sakai household. He was not so much concerned with Sakai as with his brother, the adventurer, as Sakai had memorably branded him, and with Yasui, now the brother's friend. news of who caused him so much agitation before his departure. But Sosuke lacked the courage to march up to his landlord's house and take up the matter with him directly. He was even more loath to rely on Oyone in order to inform himself directly, indirectly. During the retreat at the temple, not a day had gone by without his praying that no words of Yasui presence would reach her. Seated, okay, seated in the parlor of the house that has been his home for several years now, he said, "Maybe it's just me, but it seemed that train trips, even short ones, can be wearing. Did anything come up while I was away?" The expression on his face bore witness to the fact that even a short train trip was indeed too much for him. For once, Oyone was unable to produce the smile that she otherwise unfailingly showed her husband. At the same time, she could hardly tell him the honest truth. It would be fool that at this moment, just back from a place that he had been gone for the sake of his health, he actually looked worse than before. Well, even when the purpose is a rest cure, train trips will take it out of you, she said, aiming for a brisk, light tone. So, when you're finally home again, you will feel the fatigue. But just look at you. You have gone and just let yourself go like an old codger. For goodness sake, go straight to the bathhouse and get shaved and a haircut. To drive her point home, she took a small mirror from the desk drawer as she spoke and held it up in front of him. Listening to Oyone, Sosuke felt as though a fresh breeze was blowing away the air in Isowan. Now that he had left the temple behind and was home at last, he was once again his normal self. "Has there been any message from Sakai-san?" he asked. "No, nothing." "Not even a word about Koroku?" "No." Koroku himself was not there, having gone to the library. Soap and towel in hand, Sosuke went out. When he showed up at the office the next day, everyone inquired about his health. There was also a few comments to the effect that he looked a bit thinner, to which Sosuke sounded like sarcasm slipping unwittingly out of his colleague's mouth. The one who toted around maxims for life, or asked only if things had gone well. Even this simple question caused Sosuke a few pangs of conscience. That evening he was grilled again about the details of his sojourn, with Oyone and Koroku taking turns. "It sounds like a happy-go-lucky place," said Oyone. "Imagine just popping out any time without having anyone keep an eye on things." "How much do they charge per day?" asked Koroku. "It might be fun to take a gun there and do some hunting." It was Oyone's turn again. "Still, it must get boring. If the place is deserted as all that, I mean, you can't just sleep all day, can you? And the food there doesn't sound very healthy. They really ought to serve something more nutritious," offered. As he lay in bed that night, Sosuke revolved that tomorrow that he would go up to the Sakai and, in a roundabout fashion, find out what he could about Yasui. If it turned out that the latter was still in Tokyo and could be expected to return his visits up here, they would simply have to move somewhere far away. The next day, the sun rose to cast an unremarkable light on Sosuke's head, then set without incident in the west. As nightfall, he announced that he was off to Sakai's for a while and went out the gate. He made his way up the slope without the benefit of moonlight. By the time he crunched over the gravel path lit by a gas lamp and opened the gate, he had built up his courage, telling himself how unlikely it was that he would run into Yasui right here, this very night. All the same, he went around the kitchen door and did not neglect to ask the maid if the master had any guests with him at the moment. "How nice to see you! It's still cold, isn't it?" said Sakai in his usual high spirits. Sosuke then noticed that there was a full complement of children in attendance, one of which Sakai now called out to repeatedly as they continued their game of rock, paper, scissors. His opponent was a little girl who looked about 5 years old. On top of her head, perched like a butterfly, was a large red bowl. She clenched her the small hand in a fist that she thrust out in competitive ferocity equal to her father's. The look of a total determination on her face, along with the contrast between her tiny fist and her father's comparatively monstrous one, was a source of general merriment among the onlookers. Mr. Sakai sat watching from the other side of the brazier. Look, everyone! For once, Yukiko, Yukiko's beat him, she said, smiling with delight, revealing her spotless teeth. In front of the seated children was spread an extensive array of glass marble, white, red, deep blue. Yes, I've been vanquished at last, said Sakai, sliding off his cushion as he returned to face Sosuke. Well, shall we retreat to the grotto once again? He said, getting his feet. The Mongolian sword wrapped in silk brocade hung as before from the alcove pillar in the study. In the vast stood stalks of golden flowers that could not possibly have grown anywhere nearby. Fixing his gaze midway up to the pillar of the gorgeous colors of the brocade, Sosuke said, I see the sword is still here, then scrutinized his host's reaction with an intensity that he managed not to betray his expression. Yes, I know it's absurdly exotic, and what am I to do with that damn brother of mine who thinks he can soften his elders with such frivolous gifts? And how is the young prince lately? Sosuke asked in an offhanded manner. Oh, he finally went back a few days ago. Heaven knows, Mongolia is the perfect place for him. In fact, I told him, a barbarian like you doesn't belong in Tokyo, so you should get the hell out. He replied, That's just what I've been thinking. And off he went. No doubt about it. A character like him belongs out there beyond the Great Wall. Let him go digging around for diamonds in the sand of the Gobi Desert. That's just fine by me. And his companion? You mean Yasui? Naturally, he went back too. When people get to that stage, they just can't seem to settle down anywhere. And to think, at least from what I heard, he was once at Kyoto University. I wonder how he could have changed so much. Sweat dripped from Sosuke's armpits. He had no desire at all to hear in what specific ways Yasui had changed or precisely how unsettled he might be. At the moment, Sosuke was busy congratulating himself on his miraculously good fortune in not ever having blurted out to Sakai that he had been to the same university. And yet, the fact remained, Sakai had made one attempt to introduce him to both his brother and his brother's companion on the night he had been invited for dinner. While it is now appeared that by getting out of this invitation he had at least spared himself the humiliation of such direct encounter, it was not inconceivable that in the course of conversation that night the host had made some passing mention of his name. Here Sosuke felt a new appreciation for the comfort that an alliance must have afford those with a shady past. He was itching to ask Sakai if he had mentioned his name in Yatsui's presence, but in the end he could not bring himself to go that far. The maid appeared bearing a very peculiar dessert that rose up from a large flat plate. It consisted with a tinged gelatin mold the size of a standard tofu cake, sprinkled with sugar, with what looked like two goldfish suspended inside. The confection had been sliced and then carefully slid onto the plate in a manner that preserved the molded shape intact. Still brooding, Sosuke glanced at it and simply noted to himself that the dish was a bit unusual. "Do have a slice," said Sakai while serving himself first, as usual. "Actually, we were invited to a silver anniversary celebration yesterday, and they gave this to us to take home. It should be full of good fortune. Why not eat a piece? Why not eat a little piece and share a mouthful of happiness? In the name of partaking of the anniversary, the name of parting the anniversary couple's felicity, Sakai gobbled one slide after another in a of the treacly confection, his cheeks bulging out each time. Here was a man in vigorous health, enviably full of gusto, for whom it mattered no whether he guzzled tea or liquor, whether he devoured rice or cake or sweets. Not that there's really all that much to celebrate about the couples living together for 20, 30 years long enough to turn into a mass of wrinkles, but everything is a relative, isn't it? Sakai proceeded to steer the conversation into an odd direction. Some time ago, I had an astonishing experience when I was passing by Shimizudani Park. He had he had the man about town practice way of delivering his monologues, in which he coaxed his interlocutors among along without exasperating them. He explained that at the beginning of a spring, large numbers of frogs evidently hatch in a row, ditch-like creeks that flow from Shimizudani to Benkei Bridge. As a frog grows, noisily contending for space, hundreds and rather hundreds thousands of lasting matings ensued in the ditch. The fill mating pairs fill the ditch from Shimizudani all the way to the bridge, crowded side by side virtually on top of one another, and blissfully absorbed to the acts of love, only to have passed by street urchins and grown men alike throw some stones at the couple with deliberate cruelty causing immeasurable slaughter. A veritable mountains of corpse, as the saying goes, since the casualties were all couples, it really was quite pathetic. So just think of what goes on among all creatures living in this world, when so many tragedies can be witnessed while strolling a mere 300 yards through the park. If we consider a spectacle like that, don't you think we can both feel fortunate? We certainly don't have to worry that we'll get stoned to death because someone resents our having a spouse. And if, beyond that, we and our wives together make it safely to 20 or 30-year mark, then we really should count that as a blessing. So you see, now you must you really must take a slice of this for good luck. So saying, the host ostentatiously seized a piece of the sugary mold with a pair of chopsticks and thrust it in front of Sosuke, who received it with a wan smile. Sakai went on indefatigably. Wow, great word. Sakai went on indefi- indef- indef- indefatigably indefatigably in the same fairly glib vein, and Sosuke, in spite of himself, was to a point caught up in this current of chatter. Inwardly, though, shared none of his landlord's indecency to take such a sanguine view of things. When having finally excused himself and left the house, Sosuke looked up once more at the moonless sky, discovered, in the profound darkness, an ineffable combination of pathos and horror. He had come to Sakai's night with one purpose in mind, to be relieved of his burden, no matter what the consequences. To achieve this aim, he had overcome all feelings of shame and distaste, and goaded his magnanimous bluff host into a one-sided chat, and yet he had failed to learn what he wished in anything like the detail he had determined to. Nor had he mustered the courage to reveal to Sakai even a small corner of his flawed nature. Indeed, he had not even gone so far as to admit himself the need to do so. Sosuke, then, had emerged unharmed from the beneath storm cloud that had hovered so close overhead, but he was left with ill-defined presentiment, ill-defined presentiment that from now on he would have to experience anxious times like this over and over, to some degree or another. It was destiny's role to enforce this repetition. It was Sosuke's lot to dodge the consequences. And With that, that was the end of chapter 22, and it was a very short one. And chapter 23, which is the last chapter, is also extremely short. But that means we are actually at the end of the book, which is what I was trying to do before the year ends last year, yesterday. But I just couldn't do what I was to do, I guess. Anyway, uh, without dragging this on, let's continue. And let's finish up the book. Let's finish up The Gate by Natsume Soseki with chapter 23, the final chapter. The new month brought a relaxation of winter's grip, and by the end of the month, the rumored retrenchment in connection with the increase of civil servant salaries was by and large completed at both the section and department levels. During the period of during this period, the names of fired colleagues, some familiar, some not, would reach Sosuke's ears, and more than once he said to Oyone upon arriving home, "I could be next." To Oyone, this sounded like a joke, but also as though her husband actually meant what he said. Every so often she could not help construing such words as an ill omen of the hitherto built future. Even in the mind of Sosuke, the one who had spoken them, their meaning kept shifting like fleeting clouds. When the new month arrived, and with it the announcement that the unsettling retrenchment of the office was more or less over, Sosuke, reflecting on his having been spared by fate, considered the result to be, on the whole, a predictable outcome. Then again, he saw it quite a stroke of luck. Getting up from the table, he looked down at Oyone. "Well, it seems as if I've escaped," he said, a dour expression on his face. His deadpan manner, neither happy nor sad, struck Oyone as hilarious. A few days later, Sosuke received a 5 yen raise. "It's less than 25% the original proposed," he said. "But that's understandable. What with a lot of men out of jobs and others whose salaries have been frozen." He displayed considerable satisfaction at the raise, as though he had made off with a reward greater than he deserved. Naturally, Oyone did not have it in her to find a cause for complaint. The next day, Sosuke found himself gazing down at the whole fish set before him, head and all, its tail curved over the edge of the plate. He inhaled the aroma of cooked rice, ruddy with adzuki beans, that had been mixed in. Oyone had made sure to invite Koroku to this end, dispatching Iyo to the Sakai's house, where he is now in residence. "Well, well, what a treat," said Koroku when he entered through the kitchen. By now, plum blossoms could have been seen here and there. Those that had been the first to open were already faded and half scattered. Mist-like rain began to descend. When it cleared, waves of humid air rose from the ground and from the rooftops, steaming in the sun, reviving memories of spring past. On balmy days, puppies gamboled and about the oil paper umbrellas set out to dry at the back doors. Heat shimmered off the glistening bull's eyes, painted in their centers. "Winter's over at last," Oyone said. "Next Saturday, you really should go over to your aunt's and settle things for Koroku," she urged. If you keep putting it off, Yasu-san will end up forgetting, you know." "Yes, I'll definitely drop by then." Now that the Sakai had generously taken in Koroku, Sosuke himself had volunteered to his brother that if at all possible, he and Yasunosuke would share in paying all of his additional expenses. Not waiting for Sosuke to bestir himself, Koroku had broached the matter directly with Yasunosuke. His cousin consented to the plan, provided that Sosuke went through the motions of making a formal request, and so Koroku achieved the desired outcome on his own. Thus, this couple, who were averse to all change, found themselves back in calm waters. One Sunday afternoon, in order to wash away a 4-day accumulation of grime, Sosuke paid a rare visit to the bathhouse in a nearby business district. Inside, a 50-ish man with the shaved head of a priest and a man in his 30s with the look of a merchant were chatting, each commenting to the other that it finally felt like spring. The younger man announced that he had heard his first bush warbler that morning. The priest replied that he had heard 1 or 2 days earlier. It was the bird's first try, and it really made a mess of things. Yes, I know what you mean. They haven't got a hang of it yet. Back at home, Sosuke repeated this exchange about the bush warbler, gazing through the glass shoji at the sparkling sunlight, and his face brightened. What a sight for sore eyes! Spring at last! Sosuke had stepped out on the veranda and was trimming his fingernails, which had grown quite long. True. But then, it'll be winter again before you know it, he said, yet lowered, snipped away with his scissors. And final finished. The Gate by Natsume Soseki. That was the end of Natsume Soseki's Gate, chapter 3. Was the final. What did they do in Kyoto? I really think that she's not Yasui's sister. My uh theory is that she's not Yasui's sister. She's actually Yasui's fiance or something. And then but I don't know why would Yasui say that she is his sister. And then what's his name? Sosuke and Oine, they both fell in love with each other, and then they did the unthinkable. And then Yasui was like, "What the fuck are you guys doing?" And then kind of like talk shit about them or something. Then become like a super scandalous story in Kyoto, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, did you hear about Oyane and Sosuke?" They were like, this and that and that kind of thing, and then things just got very bad. Yes, I don't know. It's definitely yeah, I'm definitely very vague. It's very vague the way they do it. You see? Okay, this is I feel so lucky that I didn't read any synopsis or whatever from Wikipedia and stuff. So basically, so it just says over the course of the novel, it is revealed that Oyone was the wife of his former friend Yasui, and Oyone and Sosuke suffered exclusion from society due to the ill-advised marriage. Oyone feels that her childlessness was a punishment sent by gods for abandoning her previous husband. It's husband. It's even worse. I thought it's like fiance. But then isn't it Yasui's fault for telling people that wait, like why is this like isn't it his fault that he tells people that it's his sister? Or is this sister or is this sister wife? Sister wife. It's his fault. Why did you tell people that it's so he was like missing for a while and then apparently he got married. So okay, so what I'm okay. So they were supposed to meet up at Okitsu and then they had like like travel together with Sosuke, Yasui and Sosuke. And then when they were supposed to meet up, Yasui said that Yasui replied and said something had come up that required him to return right away. So that's why he was, and then he was supposed to like reach Kyoto earlier than Sosuke, but 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 he came back late. Oh no, he did come back earlier, but then he went to rent a house or get a house instead of instead of um instead of like renting a room, right? Because there's like that one hidden like he's trying to hide her. This is my little sister. Yeah. Yasui introduced Oyone with the words, "This is my little sister." Like what? So isn't this Yasui's fault? Why can't he just say it's his wife? The fuck? What's wrong with you? Yeah. When he bedded down for the night, he began to wonder if Oyone was in fact, as she had been introduced, Yasui's sister. Although, short of putting the question directly to Yasui, there was no way to resolve these doubts. He wasted no time to jumping into his own conclusion, reflecting as he lay there. Reflecting as lay there on the way the two interacted, there's plenty of room for such conclusion, he decided and smiled to himself. In what way does I'm trying to find, I'm like going through the book, right? And trying to find in what phrase or which paragraph that says that Oyone was the wife of Yasui. Like what did I miss, you know? Like I feel like I missed something. I'm so quiet. I'm like reading, I'm like rereading the paragraphs in like chapter 14. It just says like, you know how they both have seen or whatever, or their conduct have been exposed to the glaring scrutiny by others, but nothing at all that says she was she was his wife. I know, kind of hmm. It's not a bad one, but I think it probably. I think Kokoro is like one of the best one that he wrote. I mean, anyway, that's all for the day. Thanks so much. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Thank you so much for um listening to me read. Sorry if my reading is like very stuttered or like my pronunciation is weird. I'm like still trying to get back to this. Anyway, thank you so much. I think that's gonna be all for today. I'll see you guys soon. I have a static now and I do rate and stuff, so I'll rate when I'll stream when I rate if I feel good about it. Alright. Uh, I'll try to do more readings. Okay, I don't want to say try. I'll do more readings session coming up. Um, we're gonna change things up a little bit and try to like read some other type of books. But yeah, we'll see what we can do. Okay. Um, want to say I want to say Happy New Year, but it's a bit difficult to say it. I don't know because there's nothing happy about leaving another year for me. But anyway, thank you for reading with me. Thank you for listening to me. Uh, I'll see you guys soon. Happy New Year. Take good care of your health, mentally, physically, everything. Um, try to yeah. When I say these things, right, I'm basically I'm saying it to myself. Like I'm telling myself, try to take care of yourself. Try to live life more purposefully. Try to be more optimistic, I guess. Do do whatever you want. Don't hesitate. Happy. Life short. Yeah, life short when you think about it, especially when the Jeju Air flight accident. I've been like stirring on it for like a week now. I kept imagining that if I was in that kind of situation, you don't really get to choose when you are in that situation, right? There's no like, you know, redo button or like a choice A or choice B. You only have one option. You are in there. Can't really get out of it. So it's so don't regret anything in your life. Just do everything. Just start the new year as positively if you can. Don't be like me. Anyway, thank you again. Bye. I want to see you guys next time. Bye bye.